Oh, we'll go.
That's good.
That's funny.
That's too much or that's too early? Yes. Sí, pero lo otro que pusiste de Silicon Valley. Sí, mira. Pero no,
With you guys, sounds something you're just send me an email. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
hey, nice to meet you, Chris. Hey, ho. Lo tengo. Eso es joven, ahorita. Ok, empezó. No teníamos igual con el mentor. Eso era hoy, el one-on-one. El one-on-one con el mentor lo perdimos. Yo creo que era un group de los mismos que hacía de mañana. Era una situación que tenía que ser un hecho. No, que eso es lo que era opcional, que podía ir si quería. No, somos 9.
I'm going to need to leave about 4:30 to go to another event that I'm going to, so I'll get in touch over.
Which one are you going to?
I'm going to a concert actually in Palo Alto.
Oh, nice.
Picking somebody up for dinner.
Way better than this.
Yeah.
I don't know how long this is gonna run.
Yeah, I'll definitely write to you
Yeah,
again as soon as I get home, and
Yeah.
I'll
Well,
keep in touch.
yeah. And Jupiter, you gotta check it out.
Yeah, I will. I will check out Jupiter, Anaconda, Flutter. You gotta check out Amplify.
Oh,
I was doing the same thing here in this. It's crazy. They're all right at 6.
Yeah,
It's like so.
you're going to a new disc.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh, I was looking at the ones for
Today?
tonight.
Today there was another one that I SVD Demo Day. I don't find it anymore.
Oh,
The one that I showed you, right?
yeah.
The one that is not for today, but
It disappeared. Maybe they pulled it up. No, I fly out at 6.
SVE.
weird stuff.
This guy's. Sorry? Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm perfect. Oh, good. No.
Yeah.
Any outlets out there though?
What's the next?
Yeah, it's the same. Plug in the charge.
It happens to me all the time. Actually, that's the first I get a story. Yeah.
Oh, must be. So, yeah. Started off the trail from started Twin Cities. So, yeah. So, but actually fly back to
I just listened.
yeah, my girlfriend was here for part of the trip here. Yeah, so you see it through as well. Did some sightseeing to see as well as in addition to the seeing here. I mean, what's up, guys? Like, yeah. Yeah. A lot of the same stuff, just not necessarily.
You don't want to spread some.
They go 76. Companies are built up.
Let's say,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming today and taking part in the program. Our today's program is on AI and machine learning technology, AI and machine learning on cloud technology. So we have a number of speakers speaking in various panels today, and we have a number of startups also pitching in a pitch contest. So thank you everyone for your time. Before we start, I would like to thank our sponsors, all our sponsors who have been supporting our events for quite some time. And our today's sponsors are here. I would like to ask them to speak for a few minutes, and then we'll get started.
Thank you. We're really happy to be sponsoring this event. My name is Mike Ballester. I'm with Insperity. We're about a $3.3 billion company, about 10,000 clients, and we specialize in outsourced HR. So we help companies grow faster, make more money, and run better. Companies that work with us have a failure rate about 50% lower than companies that don't, and companies that work with us grow about 10% faster than other companies. What we really specialize in is helping people helping companies attract, retain, and engage their employees. So great people for me to talk to are people that are saying, I'm having trouble hiring, keeping, or motivating our employees. Our CEO just wrote a book, Take Care of the People. I'm going to be sending around this fishbowl, raffling off giving away 4 bottles of wine, picking the cards to choose who gets them. And I'll be doing that at 6 o'clock. But if you want a copy of the CEO's book, we have a few here. But just write book on the back of your business card when you put it in here, and I'll get you a book. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you very much to Techcode and Sean Flynn for sponsoring the event, and also Atul Pada for setup and all the marketing, which is, how we got so many people here. It's a great event. I'm Ralph Seller from the Marble Bridge Funding Group. My company is a 21-year-old commercial finance company. We specialize in PO contract and accounts receivable finance. We help companies who are post-revenue, so people who are already producing invoices and waiting on time for those payments. We help them, and they're scaling rapidly. We help them find the money to smooth their cash flow issues, and also sustain growth as they wait to be paid on their invoices. Anyone who's approved with me has a limit of $5 million a month based on how fast you can produce invoices. So if you've ever asked yourself, if I didn't need to wait to get paid? How fast could I grow my company? Then I might be a good person for you to talk to. I'm Ralph Sell with the Marble Bridge Funding Group. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Sean Flynn. I'm here with Techcode. We have 15 incubators around the world, 25 offices, focus mostly AI blockchain, but headquarters in Beijing, parent companies Huaxia, a Chinese land development company. So if your company is interested in the Chinese market, in China in general, we have a lot of good connections. We have a lot of great resources that we can introduce to help you out. If you're looking for desk space, we've just moved to this location. We've been here about a month and a half now. We are running specials. We want to fill this place up. And so if you want to hold an event, anything like that, please come talk to me. Like I said, we're running specials now until we get about 70% occupancy. Then we're going to go back up to market rate. But come talk to me or anyone here at Techcode. You'll see us walking around throughout the rest of the night. But thank you guys for coming. And we look forward to you guys visiting here in the future. All right.
Hope all of you are registered and you must have received this program agenda. You should try to connect with all the speakers if you like, and there are startups and investors too. So there are links to their LinkedIn IDs and their emails. You could reach out to them if you like. So we'll get started with pitching first. We have a number of investors. Hopefully they are attending or watching us live. They should be there here. And in fact, everyone can. Everybody is a judge here in this contest. Although everybody has a different degree of power to vote. So please participate in the contest, in judging the contest, and also if you must have received an email from me which has these 8 buttons. In these buttons, there is one button which is nominations. These colorful buttons. These 8 buttons. One of the buttons is a nominations button, and one is a scores. So you could nominate the startups, your favorite startups. You could also give them scores. So you are judging them, and yeah. So it's a community event. Community is participating in it and judging the startups. If you haven't done so, you could do it right now, and we'll start with the pitching. So we may let us take a minute or two if you like to nominate any startup, and then we are going to start with the order that is created by you. So we'll take a minute before we start. And all the startups that are participating, are they present?
Yeah, I'm going to present an ID change.
So there is an email I have sent to all the registered attendees. So there is a button nominations. You could send your nominations through that form.
What day that email went out?
Sorry?
You know what the date of the email was? Said it was in the email?
Yeah, when did you send it?
Yesterday.
Yesterday? Okay.
You didn't see?
Yeah. I have like
Yeah.
yeah.
Like those days that you can see it on the like
Oh yeah, that's the other.
yeah, like 100%, which some people can they have it dating like
Yeah. The whole calculation is shown at the bottom. Yeah, it is. So you have to use your nominator ID, which is unique for everyone, and then vote. Scores you have to send later after their pitches.
Right, access.
After the pitches, nomination is before the pitch.
How much you pay for that?
Don't touch it, okay? Yeah. Okay. We're starting pitching first. The file that you asked me to print it out like an hour ago, so is that a roster or is it like a, pretty much like a schedule for today's event? Schedule for today. Dude, but because there's a guy wanting to see the schedule. Sure. Do you want me to? Yeah, but share with them. You can share. I can share with them. Yeah. Okay, I got it. It's probably. Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for nominating. We have the final ordered list. So I'll call out your names and please, if you are present, please come and pitch. Bring your own laptops and plug it in and you could do the pitch. And you will be voted. You will receive scores from everybody present here, including investors, experts, and everybody else. And there are a few watching us on live. So you will receive scores after the event, and winners will be declared. Will also be announced right after the pitching. So, so the final order is the first startup is. You could check. There is a pitches link where you could check what is the final order. So the first startup is Hassan Ali Khan, co-founder and CTO of the Red Software. Is he present here? Hassan Ali Khan. Okay. Next one, Sumitra T. Jonal Gada. Is she present? Ajay Jotwani, I2 Chain.
Well, I'm representing Ajay
Yeah,
from
yeah.
I2 Chain.
Yeah, I2 Chain. Yeah. Okay, so you are. So please welcome I2 Chain.
Thank you. My name is Rao. I'm a co-founder at I2 Chain. Can you help me? This? How do I? Oh, okay, good. Okay, thank you. Hello friends, everybody. Our company is I2 Chain. We secure the two most valuable assets, their information and identity. So ours is like a early startup.
Yes, speak up.
Yeah, okay. My company is I2 Chain, and we are into information and identity security. So we want to secure them. And if you look at any enterprise, most of the times we'll be exchanging documents, right, information. So if you look at on the left-hand side, take an example of mortgage banker. He has been like whenever he has any documents, his employees will be seeing them, and he will be sharing documents with IRS, government, or underwriters, brokers, asset managers, credit raters, like every company, even health company, financial company, take any company, basically, or even personals, basically we'll be exchanging sensitive information with many people. So here the point is, once what happens when you exchange a document with another person, once it crosses your boundary, what happens to the security of the document? That is where we come into picture. So our solution is basically we want to secure every document. Basically, we want to encrypt every file and enforce the document permissions. Once the receiver receives the document, what they can do with the document, basically document rights management. And we also want to do auditing, compliance, and governance using DLT, digital ledger technology, so blockchain-based technology. So we got market validation already. We went into a strategic deal with Tech Mahindra. It's for the people who don't know, it's like an Indian-based company, but it's a Forbes 100 company. And we already started doing pilots. Pilots are under discussion with the financial service company, Calcigate Group, and audit firms. So this is the landscape here. Basically, we want to be storage agnostic. Your documents can be anywhere. It could be one of the Google drives or Microsoft OneDrive. Anywhere you can have your documents, and you can share the documents or share with people where they want to have the documents. So from one Google OneDrive to Google Drive to OneDrive, anywhere you can transfer the documents. We encrypt them. So ours is like a storage agnostic and secure and share concept. And obviously the top left are our competitors, and bottom ones are like our partners and alliances. So this is a market size, available market. We are again the top columns indicate the sectors: banking and financial, and healthcare, legal and auditing. So out of the available market, available market are the numbers that are shown below. This is where we are focusing. This is our roadmap. We started our company last year, May 18th, and we are planning on releasing our MVP product in the month of July, this month. And we want to go to the full-fledged product by December 21st, 2021. This is our exec team. Ajay, he couldn't be here, and he's our CEO. He's from IBM. I'm from earlier, before coming to this company, I was with Oracle. And our chief architect was with IBM where you can see the rest of the folks. So basically, this is our #1 team. Our pitching for 1.8 million. This is our requirements. So, any questions? Thank you. Good question. I2 chain. So basically, I2 represents information and identity, two I's, and we use blockchain. So that's how we came up with the name, I2 chain. Thank you.
Why would, besides user as a means sharing with a healthcare provider, why would an enterprise
Bank, for example, even rate or to get a credit rate, like some of the documents they need to share with other entities, right? Like credit rating companies, for example, and they have to work with many other agencies, right? So if you share a plain document, once it crosses your boundary, you don't know how you control the document. That is where we come in. Okay, sure.
Where does the blockchain piece come in? Are you building an app, an app on top of
Yeah, basically every transaction, because when I start sharing a document, so that transaction is recorded in our blockchain. And when the receiver sees your document, we basically record that transaction. And again, when he approves or signs, with every transaction that happens to your document, it is stored in the blockchain. Yeah, we are coming up with our chain.
So how are you charging your clients money?
We have different models: basic, free, and professional, some level, enterprise, much more. Yeah.
The approval is still human, right? The approval is shared.
Basically, yeah, it's like approval flow. We will integrate with the different flows and they can approve. And we will go into DocuSign model also, maybe next version. Yeah.
Once the document leaves the chain, because it has to be shared in the end,
Right.
You control
Yeah, basically we have encryption mechanisms. Basically, as a owner of your document, you can control the life cycle of the document. Once you revoke, the end users cannot do anything with your document. So we control the life cycle of the document. So I send a document, I can set the expiry 1 week, document goes away. Basically, the receiver cannot do anything with the document. And suddenly if you think, okay, I sent the document, but I don't want the receiver to act on that, so I can revoke the control, basically.
Once it's downloaded, it's available.
Even if they download, because we are holding the keys, basically if anybody wants to see the document, they have to come to us.
Every time they open the document.
Yes, basically. So we have the complete control of the document.
Sorry, one more question. That goes around the keys, so who actually
So we are planning on maintaining the keys. Yeah. Okay, I think maybe time is up.
Yeah, thank you. Please send scores to iChain using this scores button. So let's move on to our next presentation. Mr. Paul Bore. Yeah, Paul Bore. Yeah, please welcome Paul Bore. Yeah.
Plug straight into the screen.
Yes. Yes.
Hopefully, we are still working on that for an hour. As it was to open. But once it is duplicate, that user cannot run it. So they want to get always guys stays in the encryption whenever they want. Just being offline.
Anyone know what HDMI number this is?
Okay, well, let's see if I can get started here while the AV is being fixed. My name is Dr. Paul Orrill, and I am the founder of Earth Computing. And the memorable takeaway here is that we're the solid ground beneath the clouds. What we do is we take the communications inside data centers, and we do it differently to conventional networking, as you know, for data centers today. The internet protocols that your grandfather invented are no longer suitable for the data center workloads that we use today, particularly for AI and ML. For example, almost all the traffic today is dominant on east-west operations inside the data center. So what we've done is said, well, what are the kind of problems we have to solve there? One of them is resilience. As things grow, the resilience also becomes a problem. In AI ML, for example, if you are doing a long learning, then if you blow out a tire in any part of the infrastructure, you have to start again. And that can be very time consuming, and it can also slow things down. And it also contributes to the increased energy usage, for example, of machine learning and AI. So this is a significant issue. So what we're going to do is enable the data center for the next 40 years. And I say 40 years because it was 40 years ago that some of my friends actually did do the invention of the IP and TCP/IP. Bruce Borden is one of the co-founders of 3Com. He wrote the first TCP/IP stack, and he's the chairman of my board. Wonderful ability there to be mentored by someone who is such a wonderful founder of the field. But this transition that's happening across all the use cases is particularly poignant in ML and AI. And so there's a transition being driven from scale up to scale out. We no longer find that our workloads run on a single machine. We've been hoping for a long time that we can scale these machines up. It just doesn't work. We're also quite familiar now with the idea that we've shifted our monolithic applications from a big machine and split them up into tiny little microservices and run them on lots of distributed machines. But we're also moving beyond that now into serverless, into Lambda. So all of this deconstruction of these computational elements now are becoming one giant distributed system. And as everybody who's a computer scientist knows, distributed systems are a really hard problem. We're also shifting from a storage-centric world to a memory-centric world. I mean, all the protocols that we know and love from being able to access our disks and our SSDs are no longer relevant when you're talking about accessing persistent memory under a microsecond. This changes the whole game. It's a completely different picture. It means an awful lot of stuff that was written for legacy is no longer relevant because there's too much overhead. We're also shifting from data centers that are homogeneous, where everything's kind of like a cookie cutter of the same, Intel plus memory plus I/O plus a bunch of storage in each cell. We're shifting to where we've got TPUs and GPUs and FPUs, that being FPGAs, in addition to CPUs. So we call these XPUs. So the heterogeneous movement is shifting the game as well. All of these things are happening at once. This is a wave that has come together to produce an incredible opportunity for a new dominant company, which we expect to be. But the thing that's holding everybody back is all of the human effort that's required to put these things together and to keep them running and to keep the bad guys out. This is a very significant effort. It used to be that we would complain about how many administrators we would need to do things. And then we had the DevOps movement. But now it doesn't matter what you try to do. We can't hire enough people. We can't train them fast enough. And even when we can, they make so many mistakes that human beings are the single biggest cause of problems in data centers. So my suggestion is we need something else. And we're going to produce a data center of the future. We're going to connect it differently. We're using off-the-shelf components, even though our software manipulates the networks very differently. It's just off-the-shelf standard Ethernet SmartNICs. This interconnect is error-proof. It doesn't matter. There's no regularity here that's needed. You can connect these things any way you wish. And we will discover the wiring pattern underneath and use it to its best effect. So we create a walled garden. You can see there's some connections off on the four corners here, which go to the internet. But imagine the amount of bandwidth that you've got available inside of here to do machine learning and AI. And more importantly, there's a kind of an opportunity to do some private things that you can do, a lot more secure than you can do any other way. So name of the company is Earth Computing. We are the solid ground beneath the clouds. Our market is all data centers everywhere, from the smallest to the largest. And we would be happy to talk to any investors who are interested in participating in our early seed round. We have a 6 to 8 week program right now to go into the major VCs. And so we're just practicing finding some friends and some collaborators. Thank you. Any questions?
What is your secret sauce?
Our secret sauce is a protocol on the Ethernet link that guarantees atomicity. And when you do that, you get exactly one semantics. So anyone who's a computer science engineer here will know there's some impossibility proofs around this that you might call bullshit. Well, come over and we'll show you it.
I have the same question about the product, and I will be on the part of that. So I'll ask it slightly different. The interconnections exist. Changes or for SDN and the network edges, you have your own orchestration already. So are you going beyond that? That's the part of the
So that's a very good question. First of all, we are not using SDN. In fact, we're almost a perfect SDN alternative. What we're doing is essentially virtualizing the network, giving the developer control over the dynamic tree. In other words, you have an API control over the topology of the application that you're working with. But we give you some confined domains to work within so that you don't interfere with the neighbors. But we don't go through switches. We don't have to program someone else's switch with P4 or EPPF or whatever is the programming paradigm there. It's much simpler, and we give the developers the control over the topology.
Which layer? You say Ethernet, they're already at the so
we run at layer 1.5. We are underneath the Ethernet. I'll be happy to answer any questions on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Please send scores for Mr. Paul. Our Our next startup is the Red Software. Ali Hassan Khan, co-founder and CTO.
Can the people in the back, is it too loud? How's the volume on this? Good? People over there? All right, perfect.
Thank you. Can I do this without the deck? Is that okay? Good evening. I tend to be a little loud. So is this level okay? Is it a little higher? Okay. All right. Good evening. My name is Hassan. I'm the co-founder and CTO at Red Software. And before I begin, let me just get a show of hands. How many of you think US manufacturing is going up? So, a couple of hands, okay. And how many of you think US manufacturing is going down? Right. Almost everyone here, right? I'm sorry? What do you mean by up and down? Increasing or decreasing in production volume? Right. I think that's a simple. All right. Interestingly enough, US manufacturing is growing at the fastest it has in the past 20 years. This comes from all the government bodies, from industry think tanks. In fact, it's growing at such a fast pace that it's going to create 4.6 million new jobs in the next 10 years. But out of these, only 2.3 are going to be filled. This is because there's a huge skill gap. There aren't enough people joining the manufacturing industry, and that's why this is the #3 problem for all manufacturers here in the US. Now, how do you solve this problem? This is going to be a $36 billion problem to train and to retrain people to solve this skill gap, right? And that's where we come in. So we're trying to solve the skill gap. We're trying to bring US manufacturing back using augmented and virtual reality. I know as soon as you hear that, you think, oh, buzzwords, AR, VR, but these are technologies delivering real world value today. For example, at Boeing, we've seen a 75% reduction in training time per employee when they train using VR. GE has a 34% improvement in performance when they use AR. So these are good numbers to have their real world value. So what does it mean? Problem is that these companies have large teams which can deploy AR, VR within their organization. But what about the middlemen, the smaller companies? They don't have these resources. And with our product, Red, we provide the capability for them to leverage these technologies in-house. It's a self-service platform. It fits in their existing workflows, doesn't require any coding, makes it extremely simple for them to get started with these technologies. Now, we've had some traction already. Last year, we raised investment from Boeing, and now we're raising our seed round of 1.5 billion. That is going to go majorly towards product and go-to-market strategy here in the US. We have paying customers back in India, where we're from. TAFE, which is the third largest agricultural equipment manufacturer in the world. ZF, which is the second largest auto component supplier in the world. These are paying customers that we have today. The team behind it is fantastic. My co-founder, Vaishali, who's the CEO, has programs from Stanford as well as from the Indian School of Business. I myself have been coding for 15 years. We have a big team of 8 people back in India working on this. And we're looking to connect with investors, with manufacturers, with people who are looking at these cutting-edge technologies and how they can solve real-world problems today. Thank you. I'm sorry? Who's our major competition? All right. So the way we look at it, we have 3 different buckets of our competition. The first is the existing methods, your classroom and your workshop-based training, right? We offer a 75% reduction in training time as compared to these methods. We have direct competitors based out of Germany. That's where they're made because of the strong industrial base there. We think we have advantages over them based on the fact that we're coming from 8 years of working with these technologies versus them who just started working with them a year or 2 ago. And the third bucket is service companies, which we used to be. And these service companies have a challenge that they can't access critical sensitive data in an organization. But because we provide a self-service platform, the company can create the content on their own without us being in the picture. So we solve that problem as well. Yes, please. We're a pure product play. We don't have any services. I'm sorry, is the question, are we a marketplace where customers create content and someone else is consuming? Is that the question? Okay. We're not yet a marketplace. That's an eventual goal for us. That's a vision where what we want to do is every training within the manufacturing industry comes from our platform. But at the moment, what we're doing is enabling individual companies to create training internally. So they create their own training and they distribute it within their organization, then they consume it within the organization. I'm sorry, is this a VR play? It's not a hardware play, it's a pure software play.
When you say skills gap in manufacturing, you mean like entry-level production might go away, but like you're talking like mechanics, technicians.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So most of the outsourcing that's happening is very low-level stuff. What's staying is really high-skilled operations, CNC machining, stuff like that, which is very hard to train people on unless they have a significant amount of experience. And VR and AR can short-circuit a little bit of that and provide them skills as they go along. Sorry, do we have time or no question? Sorry, but I'm here. We can happy to have a chat.
Please send your scores for Hassan Ali. Our next participant is Sumitra Jonalgara, in case she has arrived. Sumitra Jonalgara. Okay. Sorry. Next startup is Techcode. Kevin Ringstaff, founder of Techcode. Is he here? No. Okay. Next startup is Numba Ulhas Bodankar. Please welcome Ulhas Bodankar, founder of Numba.
Yeah, hello, my name is Ulhas, and I don't have a formal presentation. I have a startup which is called Numba Virtual Private Limited. We all have digital identities. We have multiple digital identities. And one of the most important digital identity we have is email identity. And come WhatsApp and come whatever else. Yeah? We all use WhatsApp and we all use SMS, but we still have an email ID because most of our utility and formal communication happens on email. So we thought, why don't we look at a single digital identity to create ease of use on the virtual platform. So instead of looking at all digital identities, let's focus on only one identity, which is the email ID. So what if your mobile number itself can be your email ID? That is the thought, and that is the product. So Number is an application which enables your mobile number to be your email ID. So there is no @. So I go to my contact list and drop down, and I can pick up any number and send an email. So let's look at 5 years from now. People may not have the conventional email. They will look at using the number as an email ID. It's a thought. So while it's a B2C product, we are currently looking at a B2B pitching. So we have done a lot of pilots in education, in retail, in telecom, and the government sector. And while it's a product that anybody with a mobile number and an email ID would use, free of cost, it will be like any other communication application. So B2B is where we going to add value. So we are at the stage where the product is ready. It's available on Play Store in iOS and Google. It's also available on web. And we are seeking our first big customer. We are in advanced talks with telecom companies. If you look at a telecom company, they send the bill via email. Okay. While actually they're sitting on thousands and millions of numbers, which the numbers itself can be their IDs through which communication can happen. So we are two co-founders. I am a sales and marketing guy. My partner is a finance expert. We have two founding members. One is a designer and the other is a CPO. We had a team of 10 people working. Now we have partnered with another technology company which is 35 people. We have a fairly large technology backup. And the product is ready to go to market stage. Thank you. Any question?
A big part of networking is discovery. How do you use photos?
So I didn't understand the question. As far as the emailing protocol is concerned, that is our IP. For
Translate the email address and then use that.
no, we have created a product where the number itself is the ID. So we are not using at the back end number @ something. Just the number. So, which is your ID. It's an application which can be downloaded on your mobile. It should be used on your web, on your browser. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like we give you all the functionality, the security, and the other features of an email, but the ease of use of a WhatsApp or a SMS.
So the application is an email client?
Yeah, I mean it's like an email.
It's an email client.
It's an email.
Just that you put the number of the person instead of the email.
Yeah. So the thing is, you don't have to put the number of the person. Most of us already have the numbers in our contacts.
Well, yeah, you use the contact.
So you don't have to maintain a database of email IDs. Sorry.
own communication algorithm?
It works exactly like WhatsApp. Yeah. Select a number, you send an email. So if you're already on the application, you will get it as a post. We're just calling it as a post instead of a mail, just to differentiate. But if you're not on this application, then you get a text message saying that so and so has sent you a post. You open it, click on this link. It kind of grows organic.
Yeah, what are your plans for integrating Gmail?
Yeah, we are not going to do that. Because the whole idea is that we are disrupting the conventional email. A lot of people have asked us, but it's over a period of time that it's a transition. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ross. Please send scores for Ullas Bodankar. Our next participant is Dale Hitt from iCloud. Yeah. Dale Hitt.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Please welcome Dale Hitt from VP of Marketing from iCloud.in.
Where's the HDMI? You know what the input is on? All right, there we go. Sorry about the setup. So my name's Dale Hitt. I'm VP of Marketing at iCloud, and I'm pleased to introduce our business opportunity in the Connected Vision platform. So who we are, we provide artificial intelligence platform to help different OEMs deliver AI-enabled visual intelligence applications, typically to a consumer environment. We also have a consumer product in the security space called Sticker Eye, which is available through Amazon. Our leadership team is primarily out of Intel and out of expertise in
AI algorithm development on this platform. We have a team in Hangzhou, which is the home of the top 2 surveillance camera companies in the world. And then we have an AI development team in Romania, which is a derivative of the AI lab from Intel there. And really what we're looking at is the opportunity to assist companies into moving AI to the edge for visual AI applications. Our expertise is in optimizing algorithms for the edge to meet the power and performance constraints of processors today, and developing optical systems and vision systems for deployment on the edge. So our current commercial product is actually a shipping surveillance camera that has AI for people detection, face recognition for consumer. Some of the key features, it's a battery-powered envelope, so with a 6,000 milliamp hour battery, we're able to get 2 to 3 months of operation running the AI algorithms in a home security environment. And why Edge AI? What you'll see with a lot of the competitors in the home surveillance space, they send all of the video up into the cloud. That costs bandwidth, which is fine for one camera in the home, but as you get into dozens of cameras, you're sending terabytes of data every month up into the cloud. Multiple at a time, a dozen, and Comcast and AT&T and typical internet service providers for the home will cut you off. So our product does the analysis locally, stores locally, all that's kept private and local for the consumer, and only the events that the consumer wants to be notified are sent through the internet wirelessly. So why battery powered allows the consumer to DIY install on providers to deal with. To put it anywhere and do it themselves. And this is the consumer product. And like I said, we're shipping this as $129 retail on Amazon, and we're expanding to the consumer channels. Our revenue sources are a combination of B2C with our consumer product, as well as B2B, enabling other developers of AI algorithms to deploy their services through our AI hardware and information techniques. So this is part of our sales strategy. We started with Kickstarter last year, and we're at Amazon now, and we're moving into other retail with the consumer product. And our fundraising plan, we're in the middle of Bridge now, raising a pre-seed of $4 million. That's it. Any questions?
So you mentioned a store or just an opportunity for person to contribute or to have their own products?
Yes.
Would that be ancillary to vision? Can you give an example?
So today, the base platform, developers can develop their own AI applications for deployment to use the visual intelligence that's there on the edge to deploy that. And they can sell a white label product. They can deploy it through us onto our product. We'll enable them to sell to our customers essentially a new code set with new functionality in the home. Yeah.
What are the major problems with the IoT? Processing power, CPU, security. And do you have a security policy?
Yeah, so we do have a really rigorous security protocol in place for the encryption of all our video.
And on the web?
Let's talk afterwards. Back in the back?
So it's a branded product in Amazon today, but it's available to white label to other people who want to develop other AI-based vision algorithm products. So you can deploy other AI algorithms onto the product. You work with the companies, everything from pose estimation for elderly care or respiration detection for baby care. So those types of other products, we're working with other companies who have expertise in those domains, helping them optimize the algorithms run on an edge-based AI platform.
Can you deploy models built in Amazon Kinesis?
Currently, we're supporting models that'll go through Onyx, any way you can get to Onyx, or through TensorFlow.
Thank you, Dale. Please send scores for Dale with iCloud. Our next participant is Kiran Verdi, Director of Sales, Sonata Software. Kiran Verdi. Not here. Next is Venkatesan Irapottu. Yeah. Venkatesan Irapottu, founder of TRC
Risk
Solution. Yeah. Please, yeah. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Venki Arapothu, founder of GRC Risk Solutions. And this is the reason why I started this company. So the picture that you see here is the regulatory landscape for US. So if you are a small bank or a mid-sized bank, you are essentially dealing with at least 2 to 3 regulators, probably a couple of million pages of rules, and if that's not enough, they are changing. The rules are changing on a daily basis. And if you are a large bank with global presence, you're essentially looking at 900 regulators globally, with 300 million plus pages of rules, and about 200 changes coming in every day. And these are your requirements, the bank's requirements, the insurance company. They are required to comply with these rules. So what is the cost of non-compliance? Since 2009, there was about 345 billion US dollars that were levied in fines globally. Right? Obviously, reputational damage, other things like access to markets, delays, regulated out of business, and if that's not enough, the regulators are now looking to impose on senior management more accountability and also have them personally liable for non-compliance. Well, what is the cost of compliance? 270 billion a year is spent globally on compliance and regulated obligations. And the regulatory costs are expected to average between 4 to 10% of revenue by 2021, depending upon the markets that you play. And 10 to 15% of staff is dedicated to compliance on average. Well, if you're feeling bad, don't think about the 2009 taxpayer-funded bailout. Well, that's why we have regulations. It is a necessary evil. But there is definitely a better way for banks and for the regulated industry to deal with their obligations. So obviously, there are quite a few incumbents. There are the Goliaths like IBM, Dell, Thomson Reuters. There are some late-stage startups like MetricStream, and quite a few red startups have come up over the last few years. The big ones, they're very narrowly focused on content aggregation. They're very workflow automation focused, and that's not really solving the problem. And the RegTechs, they're providing some good point solutions, but no one is really answering the question: how much regulatory risk does a firm have, and how much less risk will the firm have if they implement the software? And those are the two questions that I'm trying to solve with this company. So our solution, we are looking at an automated and continuous assessment of regulated firms' compliance with regulations, as well as identify any enhancements they need to their frameworks, as well as figure out steps to improve their to make their compliance process more efficient. It is a B2B solution for the financial services industry. The market size for GRC as such is about 65 billion, expected to be about 65 billion by 2025, with a CAGR of about 12.9%. And our delivery model is going to be AI as a service and leveraging a partner ecosystem. Technology-wise, we are looking at deep learning, NLP, NLD, and a lot of common sense software engineering. Again, the two questions that we will answer: how much regulatory risk does the firm have, and how much risk will the firm have to implement our solution? So the team, so I'm the founder, 15 years in the GRC domain. GRC, by the way, stands for Governance, Risk, and Compliance. Been the VP of Engineering, Services, and Support at a startup that we grew to about 1,400 people, right up in Palo Alto. Ran the revenue operations, and this is my fourth startup. And we have a co-founder identified who's yet to resign, so I can't call out his name yet, but he is getting onboarded in about 2 weeks. A strategic consultant with about 18 plus years of experience, and I am in the market looking for a technical co-founder. So where are we right now? We are about 2 months young. We are done certain market validation, and it will be a continuous process for us. There are 3 employees we have onboarded so far. We have raised some seed money and looking for some more. We have completed some technology POCs, and some are in progress. We are in talks with a strategic consulting firm for the go-to-market strategy. And we have our first demo for a large bank in about 2 weeks. And as I said before, looking for a technical co-founder in Angels. That's it. Questions?
Just curious, are the consultancies developing the models of this?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Are the consultancies developing
There are quite a few tools that got developed over the past. I mean, there is big money in this space. Just looking at the fines that they are susceptible to, and also the cost, right? So there are a lot of homegrown solutions, there are a lot of one-off solutions, but there is nothing comprehensive in the market which does connect the end-to-end solution. So when you are looking at regulatory risk, especially if you're a global bank, 300 million pages of rules, you need automation, you need AI.
This is a perfect application for AI. When you talk about compliance, I think there are 2 key issues. One is what guidance and what standards of compliance do I have to comply with? And then 2, how am I meeting those? Do you handle both sides of that?
That's a great question, absolutely. Because more often than not, you look at regulations, but you tend to forget, these banks and insurance companies, they are very complex organizations. They have product lines which are very complex, as we know from the subprime mortgage crisis. They have locations. They have an organization model which is multidimensional, hierarchical, and they're very distributed in nature. So they change. Business processes change, organizations models change, and all those have to be adapted back to the regulation. They need to make sure they still comply with the obligations they have when they make changes to the internal process. So we have to do both to make this work. Absolutely. Love to speak to you. Yeah, so if you, I mean, this is, most of this is open domain, right, public domain. So if you look at the regulation, right, you typically have citations, you have requirements, and you have recommendations. And companies in the past traditionally have gone through it, put a bunch of lawyers, and came up with controls, which is basically a language, a different way of looking at the requirement. How do you comply with the requirement? That's your control. Right? So we actually are in a position now to generate controls from the regulations. So we will be generating controls as well. Yeah. No, we are not a workflow system. We are actually what I call a regulatory risk intelligence system, right? But we do process the 300 million page regulations, right? And we are gonna hack them. We are gonna weaponize them, and we are gonna leverage them to help the customers.
All structured
Structured and unstructured. Yes, please. No. Neither. See, access control, change management, they are workflow systems, right? We are not a workflow solution. We are more of a risk intelligence solution. Right? We are going to tell a company if their access management process procedure is compliant with, let's say, a NIST framework. Right? That's what we do. And if they're not compliant, we'll suggest recommendations.
So we have to move on to our next session, which is a panel on AI and deep tech. So I'm going to invite all the speakers on stage. So if you are present, please come up on stage. Paul, Boril, Amulya, Vishwanath, Venkatesh, Iraputu, Savita, Reina, Aditya, Bhumaniya, Rajesh Gupta, Akhilesh Dhawan, Sami Koche, Angik Sarkar, Pierce Gaynor, Anis Redianis, John Yoon, Adnan Yunus. So, yeah, we have shared the program with everyone. You could look at their profiles. You could connect with all the speakers on LinkedIn, and you could also reach out to them if we have matched them with you. So I would like to, so our panels are free flow discussions. We request our panelists to introduce themselves and speak for a few minutes on whatever topic they would like to, and then give the opportunity to others also speak. And participate in a open discussion. So we do have a moderator, Paul Borrell. If you would like to moderate, yeah. So please welcome all our panelists. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I discovered I was the moderator about half an hour ago when I looked at this. So this is on AI and deep tech. And I noticed there was a really interesting Edge magazine article this morning that came up about how the human mind learns from a child which has lots and lots of short-range connections. And that as they grow older and learn, apparently they have fewer but longer range and stronger connections. And the question was about, well, what does that mean for AI? Does that mean that the way we're doing neural networks now is different? And do we need different infrastructure and deep tech to be able to exploit that kind of understanding of architecture? Anyway, my name's Paul Borrell. I've been introduced before. I give it as Paul Borrell. And I'd like to hand over to Savita.
Hi everyone, I'm Savita Raina and I'm the director of product marketing for Oliver now. So I did connect with Paul because I was hoping that he's the moderator and provide some questionnaires, but he had an interesting article to share and I did get a quick chance to take a look at it. It's a intriguing question in the sense because the currently the way we are using machine learning is basically similar to what we do in terms of learning, because it's learning like a child in the sense that you give it a lot of inputs, and over time it builds an understanding and derives insights similar to how we as humans and many of the primates and many other individual species work. But what impact it might have on the technology we have to use, I think, it's fascinating because I have been thinking about it, but before I pull some new ideas from my brain, I want to share the dice with others so that they can introduce themselves and we can have a much broader discussion about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Amjad. I'm the founder of Velo, and we use machine learning to predict hotel prices in the future. So every hotel will predict whether the price will drop and you're checking it. I haven't actually read the article, so I have to read it to comment on it. So in general, I'd say the few questions I have is, one is about bias. I think all of the applications that I've seen in the recent past have involved bias in the training data. One of the examples that I often cite is the recent application that probably seen, which is the application which create deep fakes with this person does not exist and so on. When it first came out, everyone looked like a model because that's what they had been trained with. So this was probably easier to detect, but I think many of the machine learning applications are inherent biases that. And second is probably ethics. So when you are using machine learning, you can probably do. There are lots of applications that will come that you haven't even envisioned. For example, going on a deepfake example, you can create a video of someone talking about something that looks totally realistic. How ethical is it? I don't know. So I would probably, rather than opening up new questions, I'd probably move on.
I think we all know these passes.
You have something to say though about the subject, right?
Oh,
please.
Yeah, sure. So I'm not necessarily a deep learning technologist. I know enough to be dangerous, but I can definitely, talk about my learnings as a founder, especially over the last 2-3 months. I started trying to bring myself up to speed with AI and some of the deep learning technologies. And the challenges we have starting up an AI company that I've encountered thus far.
So that's what I'm proud to. I'm Pierce Gaynor, co-founder and CEO of a company called Fictional. We're an early stage AI company that helps publishers and media companies revise writing at scale. So essentially, we help evaluate quality in writing by reviewing text for completeness, clarity, context, and more. I'm really interested in creative uses of AI. I'm not coming from a technology background, coming from a writing and publishing background. And it was here's a problem, how do we solve it? I'm really interested in just how to take existing technology and apply that probably, particularly for any AI startups and others, just do modular ways for collecting data as well.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to try and pick on one or two topics that we can perhaps ask the opinion of the panel on, and I'm sure some of us, including me, would not know what to say. But then I'd like to open up the questions to the audience. So I'd like you to start thinking what it is that you would like to ask the panel, based on what you've heard from their background and what their interests are. So what I'd like to do is say that we've heard some interesting things here about AI is currently the tool of the day. It's pretty much being applied to every aspect of business that I know of. It's a fascinating area. We've seen lots of spurts of growth, and of course, those who've been in the industry for a long time have seen this cycle of artificial intelligence come and go, and probably now 3 times in the history of the field. But the thing that's been really fascinating is how with a lot more machines, a lot more data, we can get judgment now on patterns of all kinds, from from writing to speech to images and other things, X-rays and so on. We can now get machines that can judge better than human beings, and that was astonishing. That was a big eye opener for me. That was like, quick wake up. This is not the thing that happened 30 years ago when AI was in its period of shame. This is something new. It's very something new. But big machines, lots of data. That also means lots of power consumption. I read, at least I heard from an Intel fellow, the technical fellow at Intel. I heard that apparently the world is up to like 4 or 5% of the world's electricity generation coming from data centers. And the big issue is machine learning. Now, is machine learning in the early stages? We haven't had to make it efficient yet. Or is there something else going on? Should we have ethical concerns about, for example, contributing to the world's climate change problem because of the tools we're using? So anyway, there's a wide open question.
Well, I think this is a genuine concern. I think we could connect some of the things you brought about: sustainability, climate change, ethics, and those are valid concerns which I think everyone in the community who is building solutions should be concerned about. And it is not only an issue that the companies who are building this technology has to concern about, but all the individuals, all of us have to be part of it, because this technology is going to have a great impact on the social, political, and economical solution issues of us all. So I personally feel that it is a problem that we have to acknowledge, but at the same time, I think this is an opportunity for us in the tech community to also find new solutions, and maybe machine learning is a way to also solve climate problem or many other problems we have. So I'm just being an optimistic person here, seeing the glass full. So that's my take on it.
Actually interesting. So I spent a part of my PhD on it. So interestingly, the human brain consumes only 15 watts, whereas an equivalent supercomputer, which could do some of what we do, consumes 10 to the power 6 watts. So that's the magnitude of difference that we have to scale. Now, you can also point out that machines today are way more powerful than what humans can do. So we are good at some things, we are not good at other things. I think we will bridge the gap. We have come a long way, and it's almost like investment. You need to, at some point in time, you need to invest that energy in to advance ourselves. And I think we have, so in the last 3 cycles that machine learning or AI, that's the buzzword now, that has improved. I think we have improved on this, how we are using sparse matrices, how we are doing computation. There are newer processors coming out, which are tailored towards machine learning. I think we can do a lot better job. Right now, the way I see it, the way you use it, is extremely inefficient. We are using transistors, which are essentially 1 and 0, to do something which is kind of inherently analog, and that's in a way a stupid way to do it. But this is getting us results, but I think we'll get much better at it as time goes on. But overall, I would say, I think we need to spend the energy right now to make sure that we have a better world.
Just adding to that is this the idea of which you kind of pointed out early on about learning, right? So this is a problem. This is like in early or nascent stages where there's so much of different things happening, but like we're learning from it and maybe we'll find a solution in the coming years to such issues.
Okay, I'll try one more question. Then after this, I want to ask the audience, so be prepared for any interesting questions you'd like to stir up the pot here. One of the things that we're dealing with here is the Silicon Valley. We've got entrepreneurs, we've got investors, and if we are going to alter the course of human history in perhaps a more positive and more observant and aware state, maybe there's a question about whether the investors should be encouraging investment in things that have a positive impact on the world. Now, of course, this is a very complex question for venture capitalists because they're essentially always rewarded by their internal rate of return, which is a purely financial metric. Every individual person that I've spoken to, though, usually wants to go beyond. And I also see a difference in philosophy with angel investors too. A lot of angel investors, for example, have made a lot of money. And yes, they would like to see a return, but they're not so hardcore about getting the maximum return. They'd like to, in a way, give back. So the question is there a different dynamic? Can investors behave differently so that entrepreneurs can come forward with things that might be have multiple value coming back, not just financial?
And they are friends here for
Where do you find these investors? You have a list somewhere, maybe
I have some friends who talk that way.
I think there are constraints to deal with too, especially from an institutional investor standpoint. When you have to share responsibility to your LPs just to make sure you. But given how much angel funding there is, particularly at the pre-seed and C levels, I do think that there's an opportunity for angels to really step up in that regard. So from the VC level, potentially, but if their LPs are aligned with that mission, great. But I think there really is a great opportunity for angels to really say, hey, you know what? I think there's a great opportunity to change.
I would actually echo that and probably would extend that to entrepreneurs as well. I think we need to be prudent about what problems we are trying to solve. And AI is still not there. So there are some applications which are better suited than others. And I think we need to be cautious on which ones that we take.
No, I don't have a comment on this because I'm either. So.
All right, so let's sweep out in the audience here and ask it. Show of hands. Anyone who has a question they would like to introduce. Okay, I can see 2 hands, 3 hands. Okay, 4, 5. Okay, looks like we're going to have a good time here. All right, so I'm going to do the boring engineering thing, and I'm going to sweep the room from one side to the other. So you're first. What would you like to say? And I'll try and repeat the question.
Concerning the first question about the environment, what do you guys think about like function as a service and distributed computing? Like these, isn't that something that can help out, machine learning to use less power, considering that there's a bunch of servers and a bunch of machines that are idle?
So what I heard was, what do we think about functions as a service and an opportunity to use less power? Let's try that one first. Anyone want to do it?
Clarify the question. So, would you say that the cloud computing? So, if you're using AWS or Google Cloud for most of the computing, you are doing.
Sorry?
If you're using AWS or Google Cloud for most of the computing, aren't you doing that anyway? So there are essentially servers that everybody is renting to run it at max efficiency. So that in a way is
well, AWS now has Lambda, which is like serverless. You can like borrow the server for a period of time and then stop using it. And there's now a protocol. This guy has this thing called OpenFast, which is like it's like a distributed function as a service. So like anyone can borrow their computing power for an amount of time, and like if you need to compute some machine learning load or AI, you can borrow a person's compute power. Or like a bunch of people had like miners when the cryptocurrencies were popular, and now they're not using those miners anymore. So maybe you could like borrow a miner, and compute your AI ML function, and then stop using it.
So this is more like, can you use this as an opportunity to address, for example, the energy consumption?
Exactly.
I have to check it out.
I mean, I quite agree with in the sense that to a certain extent we're already doing it. Since because if you have a public cloud, so you're basically renting that service for some
Are you talking about something like Uber kind of system model?
Yeah, there's like it would be kind of like an Uber for compute power.
And then that you want to link together.
So we're all going to have to speak a little bit higher so everyone can hear. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, I think in my view it does, because you're not you're preserving a computer. You're renting it. In this case, you're only just for the time hour and it's pretty pre-configured. Basically what they've done is they've given you all of the context where you can execute a function. Instead of you preserving an instance,
Yeah, so it uses Kubernetes, and it spins up a container that has all of what you need to execute your function, depending on what language or the thing is, AWS has Lambda, but it only works with AWS, right? But now there's an initiative called OpenFast, which is essentially promoting so that anyone can build up a fast network. So, considering that more than 30% of the servers worldwide are at idle at any given time, this is something that will potentially help a lot with the first point that you guys addressed of energy consumption and machine learning and AI. I think
so maybe you could do something like power gerrymandering. You could move things around so that you can dial up the right things that need to talk to each other with the boundaries of latency and energy consumption, and then all the servers you're not using, you can power down. Is that what you're thinking of?
Well, no, you could. All the servers that aren't being used at the moment, you can lend them, compute power, and then someone can use that compute power.
Anyone else want to take a crack at answering that question or join in?
I'm with you. Essentially, what exactly you're doing is you're reducing the time any machine idle state, and you're reducing the power at the idle state, right? So everything is running, nothing is idle. That means you're getting more out of your infrastructure compared to that. But it's a dream, to be very honest. Right? And AWS got it working because they have a better control over the infrastructure. That's why they're able to shift to this Lambda service. The concept is over there, but to really practically put it over, we worked on something like that is you have some functions over there, you have PC at home, there's the infrastructure which you can use, right? That means everything is connected in this world with the appropriate bandwidth as per the application which you need over there and all the stuff. The practicality of that is a little bit limited.
For personal computers, yeah.
Yeah, but even otherwise also, it all depends on what sort of application you want to do. And that's where the concern comes, right? Concept is pretty good to reduce power. I would like to see the practicality.
Yeah, the gentleman in the green shirt.
Yeah, I just want to answer the question regarding the personal computers and exchanging or pooling those resources. If I remember right, some 10, 15 years ago, there was a SETI project where, you remember that, right? A SETI project where it said that, hey, those guys who want to work for the city, just download this app and you can use in your computer, a laptop, our computing and stuff like that. So it's if you remember that it's that type of thing can be taken over to what he is asking for. That hey, why do you make servers waste? I mean, we can get power from the servers. I mean, remember that problem.
Yeah, the gentleman in the check shirt. Go ahead. I attended this Google Cloud event last week, and no servers on platforms just like you say, like you just calling like an API, and at that second they just they are already in that personal laptop. Google and AWS is already that.
Just to add to that, I think like a lot of companies are offering that. Even I know from Oracle, function as a service is offered. So like many of the enterprise companies are offering these kind of additional services for anyone to utilize if they want to. So there's a choice.
Excellent. Okay.
One of the functional service and distributed computing, great. One thing very specific to AI and ML, they are memory bound. They are not looking bound. You have data in the pipeline at all times if you want to do it effectively. Which means that you cannot distribute it. You have to have all the computers clustered in one place. Even if you want to do multi-GPU, there has to be a very fast bus that can move the data from one GPU to the other without going through the CPU. So you can't really afford to put it on a home computer or anything that somebody. Typical good ML computers, they have a bus going from each GPU to the other, so you can just keep on moving data within them. Other than that, distributed computing is great. I think, especially for workloads that are not memory bound, great. For ML, does not really work.
Right, so are we cool on that question now? Can we go to the next question, everyone? You go ahead. You're the last contributor on this question.
And sure they're allowed to put very you're talking about. But the title of this section was AI ML in the cloud. That brought me to think what kind of algorithms are more amenable, functional. And the thing that differentiates the cloud is that you are dealing with a large data, which is changing rapidly. For instance, you are using Facebook, the cloud, which has billions of users, and they keep, bringing data. So how do they process it? What algorithms should we be discussing and talking? And I think that's part of the issue of distributed versus shared memory architecture. And it depends. It's not a universal rule that for this particular, for all AI ML, this is a good architecture. For all AI ML, this is a good architecture. You have to decide. I don't know a lot about functions, but I'm yet to clearly identify the link functions.
All right, so I'd like to go to the next question. And the gentleman with the sunglasses. Go ahead, speak up, please.
So the question I have is, about label. That has label data, but not for all the classification. A lot of stuff. Early stage, the getting the right set of data is quite expensive. The AI ML space on the open data, specifically to the curated label data.
So are there any initiatives for stable data? Is that the question? Labeled data. Okay. And where would those labels come from? Those labels would come from.
Is there initiatives that happen other than the internet?
Okay.
So that's what.
Let me go to the panel first, and then we'll join the audience. Go ahead.
I can speak to it from the tech standpoint. Text seen a decent amount in search papers over the last, let's say, several months, particularly from the larger companies just releasing significantly larger data sets than have been previously available via other like NLP stuff. Off the top of my head, I can't remember them, but if you recall afterward, I essentially was just talking to some research a couple weeks ago. While not necessarily as extensive as Peninsula, that there is a good amount of new labeled data out there. But other than that, I mean, that's one of our core issues. We need to go in and label a tremendous amount of data ourselves and explore kind of like data augmentation techniques as well. So if anybody has any great data sources, I'd love to hear it.
So in our case as well, we actually had to do a lot of annotation manually to prepare the data for the. So I think there are some dictionaries or some corpus that's available, but more than likely, depending on the use case, you might have to create your own corpus. That means we got to prepare the data first.
I think the same story here. Had to do a lot of foundation ourselves. There are GitHub pages for almost every field with public available data. There are people who have done a lot of work handwriting data. I don't have them on top of it, but I can send you the links. We did do a lot of orientation ourselves because if you are a startup, you're doing something niche. You can do the first set of training with public data. In the end, you'll have to do some annotation, and that's very valuable. So we went through different processes, Amazon Mechanical Turk, and then we used a startup called Scale.ai. There's another startup called Deepen.ai. Not sure. They are based in the Bay Area. I'm not sure if they're here. The other startups in the field do. In the end, what we found is hiring our own PAs and getting annotation was way cheaper than any of them. But if you do start out, there are plenty of GitHub pages which are dedicated to all the publicly available sources, and there are plenty actually.
And get the first 5 to 10
So we've been given the hook. So I'm going to let Savita be the last person who speaks in answer to that question.
Sure. So from my experience, like at Oracle and working with some of the startups, most of them which I worked with had the same thing, that they did it by themselves. But yes, like there are companies which are offering some services. I mean, speaking from the Oracle's point of view, that like they have acquired companies which provide you services which can help you augment some of the applications with the data services they are providing. So Oracle doesn't have that. But from my, as I said, from my experience with working with startups, they did it all there. Pretty much.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everyone. I'd like you to thank the panel for the contributions.
Yeah. We have our next panel on architect. So I would like to call upon Mr. the moderator. Please welcome Mr. Prasood Mishra, founding president and CEO of American Association of Precision Medicine, and he will invite all the speakers.
Thank you. So I would request the healthcare panelists to come on the stage. So I'll Ken Gethron and Case Canyon here. Oh, thank you. Ken. Alexandra. Alexander from Chain Healthcare. Anurag Goyal from Altiron. Matthew from Aptajan, and Sumitra from Code Maker, and Ulhas from Numba.
Ulhas is here.
Ulhas is here.
Yeah.
So our next panel is starting. The next panel is on health tech. If the speakers are here, please come up on stage. Mr. Ken Kingatharan, Chairman and CEO of Oxasia Orion. Okay, next, Alexander is here. Anurag Goyal, co-founder of Altera. Anurag Goyal. Matthew Monkin, researcher at Aptagen. Sumitra Jonelgada, CEO Code Market. Ulhas Bodankar, co-founder Numba. Ulhas was here. So we have only 3 panels.
Yeah, so we can make it a fireside chat, and then audience participation is is all welcome. Yeah. Let us all become a panelist actually. So hi everyone, my name is Prisul Mishra, and I'm founder and CEO of the American Association of Precision Medicine. And I wear other hat, and I'm also founding CEO of Agility Pharmaceuticals. It's a big data AI-driven pharmaceutical company. We are doing innovation at the drug discovery stage and also development stage. So trying to solve a lot of problems that the drug discovery field faces. So using AI, machine learning, deep learning, and technology, IoT, we have so we also build our own solutions, and we partner with startups actually to build solutions for us. So if you are a startup and you want to partner with us, we can discuss this later. We also have an investment arm, so we also invest, co-invest in startups and in solutions. So we can, if you are interested in that, we can discuss this later as well. And this is a networking event, so just to share with you that we also have positions open. We have actually 27 positions at Agility in a partnering project open. So the solution architects, there's a lot of technology-based positions, and they're on my LinkedIn page. So if you find that, you can, and if you know somebody who is good fit, please shoot the email. So that's that's my background, and I'll pass on to the.
Hello, my name is Alex Malayev. I'm a director of AI for Change Healthcare. So Change Healthcare is one of the largest healthcare technology company. We run the biggest in the house, so this might play the same role for healthcare system as Visa does for finance, or the Google DoubleClick has for the web ads. So we process about 60% of medical claims in the United States, 20% of the medical images, about 1 in 3 medical records. So this company decided we have more data than anybody else. It's time to apply AI. We built large AI team here in San Francisco. We have 50 people right now. And we apply AI across all of the different projects we have. 150 different products across the company. So going one by one, figuring out if AI works, if the data is appropriate, if we can make it work, if the numbers work financially, and make the projects happen. So that's what we do.
So yeah, no, that is very good. So one of the So healthcare field, just let me start with this, is least technology safe, actually. We are learning, trying to solve many problems that healthcare field is facing for a long time. Data privacy, sharing the data. There are we know there are a lot of data silos. Outside the company, different institutions within the company. Within. So there are many problems. So I would like to have your perspective on how you try to solve this data issue in your trying to bring. So you had your own data, right? So just to
we manage the data for our clients. So 60% of medical claims, which means 60% of all the volumes go through us. We're the largest data house. However, everything is HIPAA compliant, highly proprietary. Everything is very secure. But even every time we do something with data, we go through very rigorous compliance, legal, and reviews. So even if we use the data or have a data in a warehouse, but want to use it in a new way, there is a very serious conversation going on to make sure we meet the requirements that our customers have. But in general, yes. So the healthcare system is a very strange organization in the sense that, like, if you think about where your own data is, let's say if you get, if you are a customer of healthcare system, right? You might have a primary physician who has your data in one system, your cardiologist will be in another system. If you spend a week in a hospital, there will be a third system. Your genetic system is all together elsewhere. The data never actually meets, right? The only place where the data meets is actually medical claims because everybody wants to pay. Otherwise, the data never actually meets. So your data is fragmented. The doctors have to make a decision based on limited information even today. So that's a challenge that has been going on for a while. There's no easy solution. Some people are making progress in that space. But sometimes within a healthcare system, you don't start with what I would like to solve. You start from, okay, I have the data to solve something else. Let's solve the problem where we have the data, rather than try to solve the problems which.
Just to bank on the previous discussion on the labeled, data. So in pharmaceutical, in the healthcare industry, the access to labeled data is a hindrance. That is a kind of stopping the youth. So we have made a great progress in the artificial intelligence, but then the data, the AI-ready data, is one of the issues. So just I was thinking to see how you touched upon that problem and how you were solving it.
So the label data come generally from two sources. In one case, the data generated from operations itself. For example, if medical claims was submitted but was declined, the fact of decline is your label. That's minority of the cases where you have the data generated through your ongoing operations. In majority of the cases, you don't have the data generated from operations, and you have to label the data. And we basically do what everybody else is doing, and we try every trick in the book. Right now, we've made pretty significant investment in active learning. We actually build our tools. We're trying several tools from other companies. It's ongoing problem. I don't know if it's a problem, but it's a challenge. And I think this is a challenge that everybody in the AI space will continue to have for a long time. There is no easy solution, but you can make progress slowly but surely with significant enough investment for your specific business case. I think the other challenge is every time you solve the problem for one use case, you try to provide the data for something else, you figure out that you have to label it again. So it's not easy. So I think the goal would be to focus on the cases where you can make a big impact and generate returns properly.
Yeah. So you have.
Yes, my name is Atta. I'm the founder of Morenza. We are the different side of the healthcare, or mostly the wellness. We are the precision wellness. And we see that the areas that the data would have a much bigger impact in the population health. Now, in the pharma and also in new drug development, most of the data is based on the limited, narrow boundary of populations. And everybody here has to depend on that kind of data in order to come up with a new drug and new treatment. And I think that as the market starts to explore and becomes more into with the new solutions, like ours, that people could do their own biohacking, I think this data is going to be much more open to see that we shouldn't be treated all based on the few selected population health information. And we are uniquely different, although we are to be segmented in different areas. And I think this is the next paradigm, per se, on health would be on the quantified self and the biohacking, that people would have this kind of tools available to them, that they could see in their own prognosis of what the future is going to have for them. So it's and I think this is one area that with the AI or the machine learning, we're really going to start to shine.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, and that's where precision medicine is heading. So overall, so the goal is to take into consideration the lifestyle, all the genomic information, integrate all the omics information together to try to make, to try to see how we can deliver more precise healthcare. Right? And that is the goal, and I think that's where we're moving. Government has taken a big initiative, the All of Us program that U.S. government is running, and a lot of private programs are running. And I think we will generate a massive amount of good data, and that will drive innovation in that field.
Well, actually, we don't play in the precision medicine space, so I don't.
Any other questions? Oh, there you go.
So I'd like to ask you, it seems like you're exploring the opportunities in the data that you have, analysis that you can extract. In the case scenario where you extracted all the information that you want, all the analysis that you want, what is the monetization model? Is there opportunities to monetize this data, and what are the challenges that you see now?
So your monetization model.
Well, it's actually highly dependent on the space you're in. There are some areas which are extremely easy to monetize, actually. Like, for example, there is a lot of inefficiency in the United States healthcare system. Like, for example, claim denial. Like, every year, $262 billion worth of claim get denied to get stuck in the system. So, like, when you deal with such a huge inefficiencies, monetization is relatively straightforward. There are some other areas where monetization is actually pretty hard. For example, one of the good examples is the medical imaging. Like, everybody thinks AI in medicine is manipulation. A lot of people, right? Well, actually, medical imaging is one of the areas which is hard to monetize. There are several reasons. First of all, like, the algorithm can only see one thing, it doesn't see the rest of it. And one. Another one is the patient still trusts the doctor better than AI. So anyway, so trying to make money on using AI for medical imaging has been a challenge. So the solution is going to be, don't try to use AI and charge $1 for a scan, because the number's not going to work out. It's going to be maybe penny, maybe it's definitely not a dime, right? It's very, very cheap. So what you have to figure out is how not to solve one particular detection, not one detected as a manipulation strategy, but build some kind of workflow mechanism which improves something, improve efficiency of the operation, can generate significant benefit to the hospital, and then you can.
So you think B2B model will not work, imaging, or?
I think it will work, but you know, a lot of people think that I'll just use CNN to run one detector and I make millions of dollars. A little bit more work, so a little bit more work with it.
Hello, I work for DNA Nexus. Question, I have a couple of questions. One is your data stored in the cloud or in your proprietary data warehouse for compliance reasons? And the second question is, what kind of applications of AI to medicine do you think are promising?
So where the data is stored and what are the promising technologies?
So we are all AWS. So our biggest network is actually sits on top of that AWS, and we're the largest AWS customer in healthcare industry. So it's everything is on AWS. In terms of the AI applications, what I think it's better to think about it in stages. There are certain AI applications where you can make money right now, and there are certain things that will come in 3 years, and there are certain things will come in 7 years. So a lot of people think AI has to solve the cancer. Yes, but not today, right? So we kind of have to be realistic. So, you know, some of the easiest things to do today are things like scheduling or, you know, insurance payments or things like that. Customer identification, which is straightforward recommendation engine. So there are like several types of things which you can do today and generate very significant impact for the society, and you don't have to wait for it. And there are more complicated things where you have to say, okay, I'm on path to personalized medicine, but might take me 5 years. So what are my stages and what are my investments to get to the goal, you know, within that period of time, rather than saying, I want to do that today.
So just to elaborate on your first question. So what do you think? So if you're using AWS, right? Have you thought about having your own data warehouse and kind of having everything in house? And the question that what I was thinking is how does it compare? Using Amazon, Microsoft, Google, the third parties versus your own advantages and disadvantages.
Yes, so our company was formed through a lot of acquisitions. So we had hundreds of data centers. So we consolidated most of it on AWS, but not everything actually. But most of the things on AWS. For us, AWS was a very big win because we get all of the data and we can, like for AI, I need some, like, so our medical network processes 14 billion transactions a year. So like how many data centers do I need for that? Right? We process about 2 trillion worth of medical. So for us, AWS for the central largest applications very important. Some of this smaller projects, some of the smaller products, they make their own decisions. And we went through the journey making everything highly secure, compliant, everything. So there is no reason not to do it.
And I'll also get your perspective on what the what DNA Linux is, what you thought of what are you using, or what are your thoughts on using the different clouds.
So I totally agree with the speaker. DNA Nexus also stores everything in AWS and Azure, both. It's a multi-regional platform, so countries can store their data inside their world regions, European data from Europe, and things like that. And primarily, DNA access focuses on the genomic data, which again, as the speaker said, is kind of decoupled from the rest of the payment data and perhaps medical records as well, but they are trying to kind of bridge the genomic and the phenotypic data together to help companies derive insights, primarily in the cloud.
Very relevant to the topic of this session. Any other questions?
So I also work at Data Nexus, Peter. But my question is about the problems that you're trying to solve. Where would you say most of the time is spent when you're trying to solve these problems? Is it in pipeline or moving data around, or is it about building models or designing experiments around data modeling and training machine learning?
So the majority of your efforts, where do they go? Training the data, modeling.
Yeah, I think we're typical in that sense. We do have a lot of data in the data lake, so this problem is solved. But data pipelines is where we spend a lot of data pipelines, a lot of data laundry, and small amount of efforts into actual data analytics.
Other questions? We have a question in the back.
Hi, Vinod Malhotra. Given that the administration costs are so high in healthcare, what are one or two areas of opportunities for cost reduction using AI?
So to get a clarification, cost reduction in the pharmaceutical industry as a whole, or
I have the winners of the wine. Do you want to announce them?
Yes, after this.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually have a slide on that. So in healthcare system, the total industry is more than $3 trillion, right? $3.5 trillion. According to the government statistics, about 1 trillion is spent inefficiently. That's the official government. So the biggest one of them is like 300 billion is unnecessary services, which are generated because we have silos. So if you took an X-ray in one hospital and then you go to another one, you say, well, we have to take X-ray again, right? So unnecessary services about 300 billion. The next one is even more interesting. It's billion errors. We have $200 billion worth of billion errors to solve. So within the healthcare system, the opportunity is so huge that even if you solve like 1% of the problem or some of the problem, you can make a real impact.
Yeah, I think, and I would like to add to that, so the industry, drug discovery and development industry as a whole, it takes a lot of money, and a time to bring a drug to market. So that's the vision that Julie Pharma was started to how we can at least bring it to half. We don't have control over FDA approvals, running clinical trials, right? The big expenses, but then how can we do innovation? At the early stage, can we, use AI machine learning tools to expedite drug discovery? Can we, have these tools to in the clinical trial stage, right? Can we address patient recruitment? Can we address physician-patient interaction? And so all these small problems that could be really where a lot of money is being spent, that can be very easily addressed by technology. So that's where we are taking a shot at it. Any other questions? Sure.
I don't miss which company. So, figure out how your company. The question I have is slightly related, not directly. Do you think that the research that's going on in DNA and RNA construction, et cetera, cancer cure is huge?
So the question is around, can cancer be cured with the research that is being done in the current field?
So the name of the company I work for is Change Healthcare. Change Healthcare. We're pretty large, so you can find us on the NASDAQ. For curing cancer, I was wondering if I can pass your microphone.
Yeah, so cancer is a very complex disease. You know, the cancer overall. So I have spent almost 20 years studying the disease, the cancer as a whole. What I learned that in one individual, if you choose the cancer, so individual to individual cancer is different, right? But within one individual itself, the different tumors are different. If you do the genome profiling, they're all different. But there are certain certain Achilles heel kind of changes that we are trying to find and we are trying to target. And in the last 5 to 10 years, we have made a tremendous tremendous leap in trying to cure diseases. Melanoma, I spend a lot of work with doing research in melanoma, and it was incurable if you go 5 to 7 years back. It was almost if you were being treated with the carbazine, which is almost like water, 15% response rate. But now there are certain. So now there is a targeted therapy. Now there's immune therapy. Immune therapy is complete cure, right? So we are trying, but in certain patients, if you find a match, you cure. The patient gets cured and lives forever. Lives for a healthy life. That has been done, but there is still it is very challenging. So
I brought up this question only because it's machine learning.
Yeah, so machine learning is helping us a lot as you. So from the genomic analysis, right? We are now in drug discovery field we moved from so the whole bioinformatics field it was inundated with data. So now we have the AI machine learning. Using that, we can identify new targets. We can identify new biomarkers, and then we can merge the two and see which patients will respond to which drugs, right? So then we can kind of expedite precision medicine, the paradigm. So that's where we are moving, and the technology is immensely helping because now we are not only focused on human beings' ability to identify that, to analyze the data set, but now we have AI help to reduce that time frame that was taking forever in the whole time. So.
Are you aware of some company designing DNA
Yeah, so in last 3 to 4 years, there are a lot of companies that have come up spun out in this space who are utilizing this. So there are a lot of, I will not take names, but there are a lot of them active and making a great progress. So I think the hopes are high. Hopefully, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of learning that needs to be done. Data needs to be curated. AI-ready data that needs to be. We need to somehow work that out. But we are trying to tackle the low-hanging fruits right now, and I think if slowly, I think we will advance to be able to tackle the biggest challenge as cancer. All right, we'll take the last question.
I have a specific question for you regarding the background. My question is that, like, having the medical field information and all the claims, what are the kind of the questions that are best answered by the information that you have available to yourself? And one would argue that would be like medical errors, that sort of thing. But I want to know how do you feel like what specific questions regarding the current problems in the U.S. health system would be best answered first, and then it would have the best monetization opportunity using the data.
Well, for monetization, you look for where the money is, where the money gets stuck, hidden errors, misdiagnosis, moving into the value-based care from a So there is a lot of relatively straightforward path in this area. But in general, like if you have a complete medical chart, for a person who goes to the hospital on a regular basis, it's 100 pages, 100 pages. So which questions you want to answer, whichever, whatever, right? It's like you build your question, you train the data to answer that question. So you can answer any questions. You can predict a lot of diseases much earlier. So there's tons of papers like sepsis, like 6-8 hours before, but 3 hours before. There is a new paper for the breast cancer that can predict like 6 years. For diabetes, it's more than that, right? It's like you can predict a lot of conditions during the early stages of development, so that you can reverse them, right? So, like the question is, what do you want to do? You can do diagnostic, you can do personalized treatments, you can optimize healthcare system. The data is somewhere. So I think all of the questions are.
So did that answer your question? But yeah, so I think so the reason we are here, this is the great crowd, and so that I think all the major solutions to healthcare will be solved with the merger of technology and human capital coming together. And healthcare is one of the major is an issue for everybody. Right? So it's doesn't matter if you are technology or if you're a human being. The health is an issue, right? So I think what I would call upon to all the folks who are in the tech to develop some kind of inclinations towards contributing to the healthcare field. And we have some funds that we can, if your employer allows you to do that, we have some funds that we can support those projects and move. If you have innovative ideas, we can help help that further build a team and build solutions. So let's work together to solve this biggest problem and make healthcare technologically advanced. So we don't have to next time say that it's one of the least technologically advanced.
I think AI in healthcare is the biggest opportunity we have for AI. That's really the biggest part. The previous technologies, computer technologies, had limited impact on healthcare because healthcare is very much analog type role. When you go to doctor, the doctor looks at you and say, "Oh, you look too yellow, too green, or too blue," right? It's like it's very kind of like very analog, very human type. It's not like we're not ones and zeros, right? So within the traditional information technology, the opportunity we have in healthcare kind of limited, mostly storing data or transmitting data. With AI, we can actually solve a lot of problems of that kind of human-centric things.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. We'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Professor and Alex. We have a short break. After that, a few more sessions are there. So please be there. And the winners for startup pitches have been announced. They have been declared on the form. You could check that on the document. And we have a few more announcements.
Hello. We have the winners of the wine drawing. Okay, first winner is Hassan Ali Khan. Second is Simon Reed. Third is Dan Hitt. And the fourth is Alan Park. I'll send you. That's okay. I'll send you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I'll let you do this, so send me
How do you like the event?
I have shared this with everyone.
I have one email and she's
There are buttons, those 8 buttons. One of the buttons is closed. That is all. 6:30. Big data.
These are the LinkedIn profile links.
Yeah. Through the document, you can connect with all of them. And also, I have matched you with other attendees.
Yeah, that is. I saw that.
Does that help?
Half of the speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think let's just before I came to this event, after coming up with the
yeah,
I think it was very helpful. It's more serious, it's more structured, you know, people are there. You don't know what's happening.
There's little bit help.
It gives you some starting point.
Yeah.
So, you use the interest for you, or you sort of
Yeah, I've been doing it for a couple of years.
where do you like are you focused on AI? I saw your photo with
Nice to meet you. And there's some sort of
Yes, Satya. I'm involved in medical diagnostics. We have a company based in Southern California. We have 3 platforms. We can diagnose 30 different diseases. Blood, saliva, and saliva, all 3. Diabetes, diagnostic devices. We have here approval for you beat the cost and one computer launch Sorry to pass. Yeah. Right up the collaboration. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Very good place. So, okay, I'm in San Jose. There are companies in present shape. Orange County. Yeah. Everything you know, collaborate the whole marketing everything. We're not my pre-marketing company right now. Get everything ready. It's like that. Much production can automated production facilities. More modern semiconductor manufacturing technology, accuracy. We are much better than our more accurate, faster, yeah, India, worldwide, dealing with several different languages. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I do, yeah.
Yes.
What about you? No, I don't. I do, yeah, it's yeah. What you have to use. Yeah. What would you yeah, in fact, standard instead of having another one is there are some frequencies ways that the system thinks one is a response. Then you watch the user days. I'll make sure that. Something like that. Okay. The emails that you got this in the office. Feature like this. That's something Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about what you're saying about how it's a mouse you can just click. Yeah. Send it, right? Yeah, like you should. Exactly. Nowadays, when we respond, we hardly say more than 2 lines anyway. We don't have paragraphs, right? So for 1 line, 2 line, it's easy. Suggestions are there. You can edit and send it. Yeah. With that, then people it's obviously it's one of the three players. Yeah, Gmail. Yeah. Yeah, we size of the users because email is one thing where people don't like it unless the user interface sucks. They don't have a need to migrate because the volumes of emails they have seen in the last 5 years, 10 years, 5 years. Why would they migrate to a different system only to see new problems? So how do they tend to stay? And then new users who sign up, they kind of move around. And they get a lot of emails. Yeah, accumulate so many bills and flight bookings. So we try to kind of extract flight bookings, show them 1 or 2 days before the flight takeoff. Just as a hey, flight tomorrow. Yeah, there's users emails that they get from the airlines. You have that. So we can there again we use kind of start this like from destination then we try to show yeah, we have a game you know, there were some discussions. Yeah, yeah, okay. Everything went on, right? Okay. Yeah, but many places never collaborate. How we are collaborating. How it's not a company. That's part of the collaboration. So there's a video. There's a video. Yeah. Just and present has very good relationship. And you know that we have a relationship with them in other areas. But mail is one area. The calendar, then eventually they will like in fact, we have to have a promote sports, finance, that app we have to show you the options to use and then for some more people like that. Okay. Yeah, no, there are some advantages being part of the partnership. Yeah.
Come on here, also here, also right there. Yeah, they're all the AA field. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
So, getting funding for new projects, new business case, just the board of directors and investors.
I'm just going to make
Level 2 leadership. We have this cool idea.
very good picture.
Plus, we have a bad business case. So how are you trying to leverage AI? So, yes. So, match Spanish speaking jobs. That's it. It has a good social yeah. Yeah, like, stuff like that. Yeah, it's hard to yeah. Yeah. It's true. They don't have to go read all the pages to understand if that job was fits their needs or if they are a match or something, because just with these are 5 job postings, maybe even translate to yeah. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. We have few more sessions. Hello.
Unless you try, you don't know more of them. It's true that it's a bad idea. And the other way too, not that it's only one. But now it sounds something. We always be that's the exactly. When you're gonna be in the school.
We have a couple of more sessions. I'm not sure if speakers are there. So our next session is on e-commerce. Next panel. Next panel is on e-commerce. Are the panelists here? Sue Pats from New Beginning. Sue Pats. Sumitra Jonal Gada. Sumitra is here. Angik Sarkar, Velo. Angik Sarkar from Velo is here. Ravindran Sankran. Is Ravindran here? Srinivasan Ramani. San Armani. Nobody.
Yeah.
Still
people are there.
Yeah, the speaker is not there.
Sorry.
I don't know what we should.
Hiding. This is the e-commerce one?
Yeah, nobody is.
I am not moderating this.
Yeah.
I got online half an hour after coming here and found that I had like my name against moderator 3 times already. So, yeah, I'll work out next time.
I mean, I had added this thing.
I'm sorry, I didn't look. I was so busy.
Yeah, but anyway, it was free flow. So. I think we do not have anybody for this panel on e-commerce or commerce. So let us check on the other panel. Big Data Cloud. Paul Borrell. Paul was here. Yeah, you were. Are you?
I'm going to go and shout over here. Say, we've got the new panel going. Let's see if we can drag some souls over here.
Yeah, these are the names.
They may be.
If you have break in the middle, then it's very difficult to get them.
Sure, for how did you get pizza? And did it in Norway? Many of you here. It's the family is on big day. So I think big day is a special class.
I read all the names out.
Nobody.
Didn't see any.
Oh, that's. Okay, then you can go home early.
I could. Oh, I could like reel these people into a discussion.
Open discussion.
I do know there's at least one person who wants to be at that.
What was the team?
So there were 2 panels: e-commerce and big data.
E-commerce and big data.
Yeah. Speakers haven't.
So I don't know.
Shall I just use the audience?
Yeah, if you think you could, you have anything.
Okay, so we have 4 ghosts here. And I'm going to enroll you in the audience here. Is this thing working? Can you hear me? I think not. Turn it on. Is this on?
Oh, it's no.
Okay, now it's on. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Now I can amplify myself. Excellent. All right, so you're the panel all together here, and the session is supposed to be called Big Data / Cloud. And so, has anyone got any questions about the Big Data / Cloud? Maybe I should begin by introducing myself and telling you why I thought I might have some inkling here of a reason to be able to moderate something. So my name is Paul Borrell. I'm the founder of Earth Computing, and I gave a presentation earlier on today. We are the solid ground beneath the clouds, which is the only marketing thing I think I've ever come up with. But let me tell you what we do. We make databases simple. And when I say databases, I mean databases that scale out like crazy, like to hundreds or thousands of machines. That's a really hard problem because that size of the distributed system problem is it's got everything that can go wrong. Yes. One of the things that happens in large scalable systems like that is you get cascade failures. And a lot of people who first start putting systems together in a lab or with a few machines don't see any of this. It looks like it works great, and they test their code, and hire a quality engineer, and they do some more testing, and they say, we're ready for our testing now. And then a few months later, they go from 20 machines to 100 machines, 500 machines to 1,000 machines, and then in some of the installations that I have seen, 20,000 machines, 200,000 machines. It was the largest data center I'd seen. The largest data center that I ever planned was 1 million machines. I can tell you right now, you don't do that with hands on keyboards. So, big data, cloud. Where did my background come from? I was the former vice president and CTO for Veritas Software. That was when 9/11 happened. That happened on my watch. And so I got a huge amount of learning about what I didn't know about disaster recovery. And that set me on the path that I'm on now of like trying to figure out how to make things really super reliable, no matter how big they get. So that's why I have a passion around this. And that's why I thought I might be qualified to not be the moderator, but maybe at least be on the panel for big data. So I'll ask what kind of questions would our panel here, which is now you guys, want to see explored, because you're the ones, you're the audience, want to see this topic explored here. I'm happy to start with a question from you. Go ahead.
So what are the open questions or challenges in that area?
What are the open questions and challenges in the area of big data and cloud? I could give an opinion, but I heard one about 20 minutes ago that people are really looking for, what are the use cases? What are the customers asking for? It's one thing to say we've got this fancy technology we can deploy for machine learning or whatever else in the cloud. It's quite another to say, well, what are you using it for? And I have a new favorite metric. It's like, can you measure the ratio between the amount of cognitive complexity and human effort it takes to put these systems together and the amount of results that we get? So I think that ratio is upside down right now in terms of effort. In other words, what seems to be the biggest problem is complexity itself. Complexity has gone through the roof. And so while a lot of these concepts seem abstract, it seems simple in the abstract, they turn out to be a nightmare in practice. That to me sounds like a business opportunity. Did that answer your question? Does anyone else have it? By the way, the rules are anybody can ask a question, and anyone can answer the question. That's the new rules.
So this is a quick clarification. When you say it's a nightmare in practice, it's purely deployment, or can you elaborate? Yeah.
So one of the issues, I've seen this happen over several industries. Started off in some microsystems. I've done for 3.5 years. And then I was at Quantum Corporation, trying to build software division. And by the way, a little side joke here. I came out of this really super high-powered companies, some microsystems, combination of systems design. I was the director of advanced systems. I was the director of the architecture and performance group, and always mixing hardware and software. Go-to Quantum, wonderful company, best company I've ever worked for, wonderful people, excellent. But they kept telling to me, "Oh, you do software. We give that away free with the hardware." And they always said it with a smile on their face. They always tried to say they were telling you. After you heard it like 300 times, you realized they weren't joking. There were certain hardware businesses that just don't understand why software is so valuable. That's why I went to Grayson Software, which is your software company, to be able to get more experience in my career as a software business person. But some of the problems we were dealing with then is we were saying, well, how many storage administrators per terabyte? You'd always find that all of the engineers were just scurrying around and they would choose their titles. All of a sudden, you found there were no more storage people with storage engineer on their business card. And what would happen is the CIO would be having a terrible job with this shell game that was going on, trying to measure things. So one of the people who worked for me, who was a really outstanding systems engineer in the field, I learned him to Gartner 6 months to do a TCO analysis of the what we were looking for here is, we know what CapEx is. You get that off your bills, you get from hardware, then you buy it. But where is your OpEx? Where is it spent? How much do I spend? And he literally wasted 6 months of his life building this absolutely absurd, gigantic Excel spreadsheet. Turns out to be. And that was a lesson to me. Because everyone who deals with this problem now has the same problem. It's like, how do you identify what the costs are? And if the architects did a better job architecting the systems, would it need fewer people? A lot of smart people said it about it. That's true. It's a business opportunity. But how do you persuade investors to put more time and effort into architecture instead of into a minimum viable product that they can sell? Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me go in the right order. So number one, and then the other two. Okay.
Well, more than a question, is just a comment. Two things at first is that I am not a technical person. My English is not so good, so sorry about that. My name is Byron Pinter. I am the CEO at a company called iData. It's a company, iData. It's a company founded in Colombia. We have operations in Colombia, in Chile. A year ago, we started some operations here in the States. We have been working for 8 years in big data and advanced analytics, focused mainly in predictive analytics using machine learning and artificial intelligence for different industries. And for the theme of this panel, that is big data and cloud, what I want to say is that we have been using different kind of cloud, different flavors. What we can find in the market is that maybe small and medium companies are just starting using some clouds like Amazon or Google or Azure. But when the companies grow up, or you can find a corporation, the big corporations, for example, in aviation or in banking sector or assurance, you can find that these companies are using different flavors at the same time. So they have different clouds, not only one. They are using Amazon, Google, and Microsoft Cloud. So they are evolving to using different components and just connecting what they need to deploy or to solve the question that they want to solve with the data. And the nightmare that you mentioned some minutes ago, I can maybe translate it like companies don't really know what they want to solve with the data. When we make an approach to any company, we say we only need two things. The first one is that you have to have data. If you don't have data, we can't do anything. But if you have data, we want to solve any question that you have.
Having questions about this.
Yeah. That's why it's more important the data, but it's very important too that you have to apply a technique to identify what are the questions that the company needs to solve. Because most companies or most people don't know what are their own questions. So this is, I think this is a question, but this is an art. That it's not to solve questions for solving questions. It's not to basically, because when you have identified a list or a portfolio of questions, you have to prioritize them for the strategies of the company. Yes, you have to prioritize your projects, and then that you have prioritized it, you have to measure the impact. And when you have the two things, so you have resolved or you have solved our nightmare. Yes. 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 It's very common that companies think that they have the worst data in the market. Everyone thinks that the quality of the data is the worst. But if you have data, believe me, you can work with the data. It's not too bad as you think it is.
Okay, can we go to the next speaker? What's the life cycle of hardware and data centers? Is that correct? Okay, anyone want to take a crack at that, answering the question? Remember the new tools there?
Hardware and data. Hardware and data. How long?
Life cycle. How long does it last?
Depends. Yes. Well, we think that not
go to US government is to your answer.
So the reason you are asking is the on-prem, like your cloud-based would be it's on-prem. Yeah. So basically, getting the service from them, they are going to maintain that.
So I saw a presentation last week, I think it was last week, by the Intel fellow who was responsible for all that data centers. And he has a program for green data centers. Plus his job is mostly EDA, most of Intel's internal computation, like making chips. Right? And I heard three numbers from him. I heard that because he wants to do this disaggregated server, it's because the CPU is only last 3 years. And the reason for that is so much better after 3 years than the new one. And that's true for them internally too, by the way. Second is that the networking lasts about 5 years. And so you typically don't want to throw away all the switches. Other infrastructure in cycle, in half cycle, 3 cycles. And the storage, similar in between. So I don't know how long experience in modern members, but that's what I heard last week from him. That sounds like a very hardware-ish question. And I'm imagining that you've got infrastructure, software infrastructure, dimensions to your question on the life cycle too. When they were first the new one, yeah. Well, I was after several years ago, there was a joke that we fresh anything in years. And that's how it was on the books and how the CFO saw it. But actually, we swapped them out after 2 years. Apple's a very rich company. We think they can do that. So that shocked me. That was like, wow, they're doing everything already. Yeah, 2 years? That sounds really expensive. Well, I'm not their CFO. But, so you can see that there's this rapid refresh of hardware refresh happens. But it's offset slightly in time depending upon whether it's processors or memory or the memory apparently is more stable than the processor. I think we'll hang out in 2 or 3 years. That's like 4 or 5 years. But the processors are like in the past.
So then this drive
So the point was just made here is that this drives can go quicker than 4 years. And since I worked at Quantum, I'm about that possibility that happens in this drives. and it turns out that the Intel CTO that I was talking to was really quite articulate. He said that there's some things you just want to wait until they fail. There's no like wear-out mechanism that says it's 3 years or 5 years. You can leave them running until they actually fail. You just don't let them out. But you have a process and an architecture and a company mechanism to be able to replace them. So, for example, in disk drives, typically you have a RAID array or mix or a region-coded, network system with disk space and so on. And so that was a really interesting answer. But with things like SSDs, SSDs are pretty much guaranteed to fail after 7 months. I mean, you just hope that it's one of the refresh periods, right?
What's the biggest challenge for big data in the cloud?
What's the biggest challenge for
Big data
the big data
in the cloud.
in the cloud? Okay. Anyone want to take a crack at that? I'm sure there are people that are more knowledgeable than me. Question.
In healthcare, is the speed is the so the speed.
So we have a dedicated channel from AWS for all of the infrastructure.
So you have a dedicated channel. How far is that?
I don't remember. 10
gigabits. Okay.
My take on that is the biggest challenge of this era is size of data. Because whether it's genomics or it's social networks or it's online commerce, the amount of data that they have is immense. And you look at such huge dimensions, then how do you bring those dimensions to the size that they can be? So the size of the computing architecture, the size of the matrix that you're going to process. And then how do you do matrix factorizations, meaning you cannot obviously solve these massive matrices that you have to, divide and conquer. And in that process are different machine learning algorithms. One being stochastic gradient descent, many batches of the whole batch, process it, alternative least squares methods, where you try, or you try to SVD, singular value distribution. So the question that I'm trying to grapple with when you said that databases, what do you mean by databases? Because there is unstructured data, and databases have existed for a long time.
Anyone want? Go ahead.
I think nowadays, specifically for dealing with I think that would probably compute. We need to do
Just a quick process point of view. I noticed that the gentleman from Oracle is supposed to be on this panel. He's actually sat like that. No, this is the next one. The last one. So if you'd like to come and have a seat, you'd be most welcome to join in the panel. Skip the name. This is the big data cloud panel.
SAS.
Oh, you're in the SAS one after.
Okay. You're moderating all of them. So
I didn't discover that when I got here. So the lady had a question. Please, what's your question?
Which system within the discovery process have actually adopted the
So if I remember correctly, the question is that what is the discovery process to find out if you've adopted the right system, if you're looking for a vendor like AWS or Google or Microsoft. But what I heard from over here earlier on is they're seeing that the customers are using all three. There's a lot of hybrid cloud solutions. It's like everyone's choosing one particular facility, like the S3 buckets, for example, and using whoever happens to be the best price for you. Or in fact, if you think about it, you really want to use more than one. Because if you put all your eggs in one basket, you're going to get digital monoculture. You know what that is, right? It's like you lose all your data to a single pathogen or predator. You know, that's like a biological monoculture. So in a way, I think the reason why so many companies are using all three is because they want to share the risk out. If I need three replicas of this data, instead of just putting them in three different zones in Amazon, because they're all susceptible to the same software bugs that Amazon, why not put one in Google and one in Amazon? So I think that's a good architectural start. The rest of it's just, I think, triaging and price.
It's just about. It's about. Red Hat.
Red Hat.
That's exactly about this whole idea. In healthcare security, which is more secure.
Yes. So how do you put it here? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the other aspect that side of this that the cloud allowed business process. So I run marketing in marketing. I go cloud-based marketing. So in that case, that might be newer cloud-based. They have my OpEx was signed up. There's definitely now any access management opportunity. Enterprise-based customers. You'll have that single sign-on. Company data. But that's.
Did that answer your question? You did. Okay, next question.
And I would like to add to this that it's very easy to, since you are using one migrate to easy migrate. Yes, so you can just use
Go ahead.
So in some ways, say if you are using the for IaaS, so you're running the application, But the moment you kind of get up the stack, you are starting to use so there is no standard. So lambda, so let's say, and then as you move up the stack, you move into the class lag and the SaaS lag, then you do get locked in. Right. So that's why I think like the reality is going to be more of like a hybrid scenario where you end up with a mix of based on sometimes just which you already have assets in. the nirvana would be that you can change your mind, but reality after some time.
One of the guiding principles is use your customer or user. What's their they're using sense of if architecture is on customer. We just have to have one.
Makes sense. A lot of them, in fact, that's the reason why business succeeds in general. It's the first mover advantage. First brand the customers get used to is the one they continue to use. It takes 5 times as much effort to find a new customer as it does to continue to sell to an existing. Isn't that what the salespeople say?
Yes, it's say a lot. So my question, do you have a vision of building your own or using you're always building your own?
Are you asking specifically in the context of?
We have another panel, SAS. You are.
I didn't realize I was how long do you want this one to go for?
So 7:10.
So until 7:10.
Yeah. It's 7:07.
Oh, 7:07. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. 7:07.
Yeah, appreciate your help.
See, like, we started our journey with most of our customers doing their own thing. So the time to market for this magically changed. So, not knowing anything about healthcare or whatever out there, I'd be very surprised if at this day and age that and I'll definitely.
Go ahead.
Just selecting a vendor. Test it out with all of services and cost it. Start out with pricing or training data. Whereas Google BigQuery, those are data for cheap. Very so if your application is such that you BigQuery the point is know what the applications are or you can obviously move from it BigQuery, but that's probably
Figure out what your applications are doing and what the patterns are before you make a choice. I heard a really interesting term quite recently that made me smile. And someone described their experience with one of these large cloud vendors as exploding invoices. Has anyone ever had an exploding invoice? You know, like it's $500 one week and it's $50,000 the next week. There was one customer who had that. But there's been lots and lots of 10-to-1 ratios of some of these cloud invoicing. I also heard, I was shocked, almost within 48 hours, I kind of had awareness of this. I was telling people about it. And someone said, oh boy, you're so far behind. There's like a dozen companies that help you manage your AWS bills. Like, oh, there's a market. So it's like, oh wow, and exploding invoices.
You should never have an exploding instead and a Google Cloud you can do that. You can then it's I get HDR 50% of it.
So that was with
You
GCP
never
then?
have that problem. Yeah.
Okay.
I think even AWS has like a whole 3-day workshop on class.
Okay.
And you can go and sit and they tell you how you can analyze the data. It comes from the thing.
Isn't that fascinating? AWS has a 3-day accounting class now.
They operate in the AWS lab in the city. They're giving like these free workshops
every week, and like, they have like tons of technical workshops, and they teach you, they give you credit to take the class, and spend money.
So this is an interesting evolution of our industry, isn't it? It's like all of a sudden now, the business people, the marketing people and the CFO, they have to think about different kinds of problems now. And maybe the style of negotiating when you're negotiating contracts has to change. Like, no, I don't want to be, all I can, pay by the instance. Here's my amount I want to spend each month, and I want to stay within that. And so you're asking the vendor to ratchet your CPU cycles back. And yes, okay, you might get a little bit, longer response time, but it's acceptable within your business. So this is an entirely different dimension of business that you can automate with this big data in the cloud.
Because the topic you said was databases in the cloud, I have it.
Big data in the cloud.
Big data in the cloud. So databases have been there for a long time. Machine learning is mostly about the new kind. You're able to process a lot. The question I'm asking is, when you talk about databases, which did a lot of relational stuff, they found meaning, they found relationships, they were able to do things different. Now you have machine learning, which is doing things different. And I know there is a marriage going on. If someone comment, what is it that you are able to achieve through bringing the two?
So does anyone want to take a crack at that question?
Well, I can.
Go ahead.
Well,
and then we'll close
databases.
down this session and start up the next.
So databases are still part of the data. Like if you think about computer science, there are multiple branches. Data processing, databases is a type of data processing. So it's data read, write, update, whatever crap. So this is, databases have their role and so that will change. The machine learning is finding patterns which are harder to find. Okay? So they're supposed to go into areas where databases cannot. In general. So what you want is a lot of unstructured data or complete data. Let's say if you have an image, the database will store an image, and it doesn't know if it's an image. But machine learning should be able to find patterns. So the goal of machine learning is to do something that the previous technology was not able to do at all, and that's the right use. So I think a lot of use for machine learning today is like, predictive analytics, and it's okay in the step, but eventually we're going to go to a place where to solve the problem which we're not solving.
All right, so we've come to the end of this particular session. Apparently, we're going to go straight into the next session.
Yeah.
Is that correct? And so I'm going to have to read out some names of people. Okay, Paul Borrow. Oh, that's me. Who is? Aditya Bhugwania. Okay, I hope you Indian people will teach me how to pronounce your name correctly. Okay. Ravindran Sankaran. Sumitra Jonalaga. Ananda Sengupta. I knew I had at least one. Does anyone else want to come and join us? Does anyone feel like they're reasonably qualified to talk about SAS and PAS and IAS? Like you know something about it. I heard someone come up with a fourth one, the FAS, in a couple of sessions ago. Functions as a service. I mean, it would be if he was here. I don't know. But he's gone. Anybody else want to come and join us on this topic? Come on. Yes. Otherwise, I'm just going to reel you in on the other.
That's a turn around the face.
I think we're just going to treat the whole audience.
Maybe I'll just go in and sit over there.
Well, and to do this properly, proper introductions. I am Paul Borrell. I'm the founder of Earth Computing. We are the solid ground beneath the clouds, and we make databases simple. Okay, Ananda.
Yeah. Hi guys, I'm Ananda Sengupta. I am Vice President of I'm kind of loud enough. Okay. So I am Vice President of Integration Cloud, which is Oracle's PaaS service for managing integrations between
SaaS applications, native applications, and all. So I manage the development and the SRE for the service. So related to the topic, we use AI ML both in terms of providing functionality for our customers and also kind of helping the customers manage the service, and most importantly for us to manage the service ourselves as part of AI.
Good, thank you. So the topic we have today is SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS. And does everyone know what they mean? I mean, we seriously need people to put their hands up if they don't know what it is. Find someone who can answer the question. Okay, who's going to tell me what SaaS means? Okay, I failed that one. I was going to say systems of service. All right, the next one is PaaS. What's that? That sounds like what you do. Okay, and the third one is IaaS. Yes, what's that?
Infrastructure as a service.
Infrastructure as a service. And then we heard earlier on that there was FaaS, functions as a service. I think we'll just say star FAA star. I think as a general topic for everyone to join in. So the rules I think are the same as the last time because we don't have enough time. Anyone can ask a question and anyone can answer it. And so the panel will help out if nobody says anything. But otherwise, I want to encourage everyone to feel free to try to answer any question that comes up. So does anyone have a question on those star AA star categories?
Quick question.
Go ahead.
Since you're the ones cleaning up and want to move on, then we can get everyone up and over just to this half, consolidate everyone.
There's plenty of room chairs over here. So please come over here, find yourself a chair.
Just so you take all these folded chairs back.
And then these gentlemen can do their job. Good. Thank you. So one of the favorite things I found when I moved from England to the United States was there was a saying that Americans had that I just completely loved and I never knew where it came from. But here's my story about how I discovered it. And the question is, are we having fun yet? Yes. Okay, now, I see this is fast. But let me tell you how I discovered this phrase. I was in England, and I was a skydiver, and I was jumping out of Cessna. I was like, totally in love with skydiving. And then I was invited to come and visit the United States the first time. Came over, I saw these American police cars driving by on the road, and it's like, oh, it's just like Hollywood. Anyway, I went to this place close to the Kennedy Space Center, where they had these airplanes. And I jumped there for a while. And then someone said to me, we've got to jump in California. There's no better place in the world except California to jump out of a plane. And so I arranged some consulting work I was doing for Intel at the time. I was figuring out how to make the VME bus work and other things. And I came over here, and I showed up at this airfield. It was like an hour and a half, 3/4 east of here, from Lodi, and they had this DC-3. And the airplane is older than me. I'm going, wow, it was impeccably well taken care of. And I'm like just in awe, these guys. I got in the plane, checked me out, checked my license and my logbook, got in the plane. There's like 26 people jumping out of this at once. Wow, 26 people at once, this is great. And then I kind of get inside and I'm looking at everyone, I'm checking equipment, I'm like looking at all these decals, all these famous skydiving teams, all my heroes, these great skydiving teams I've heard of but never ever met. And then I was kind of like close to the pilot, so I was one of the last ones to go out the door. We're at 13,000 feet. The green light goes on, I'm going, this is cool. And everyone started running out. And I looked up just before I left, I saw the door. And right above the exit, he said, are we having fun yet? And I went through the door and I cracked up in laughter in free fall. I said, of course we're having fun. We're having more living fun than anyone could possibly have. So I remember that phrase, are we having fun yet? And I now know the true meaning of it. All right, so let's get back to our topic.
And you didn't have to worry about the DC3 making it, right?
I didn't have to worry about the DC3 making it. We could just get out on the way. Yes. By the way, that DC3 flew for like 10 or 15 years longer than that. It's now grounded, but that's only because I'm older. All right, so we are having fun, and we've managed to vacate that side of the room so that the hosts can do their jobs. So our topic is SaaS, PaaS, IaaS, and FaaS. So rules are anyone can ask a question, anyone can answer the question. And we're going to let the audience do that first, and only the panel will only chime in if nobody else will answer it, or unless we've got something interesting. Absolutely. Okay, who wants to be first? What thing as a service would you like to know more about? What are you confused about? Or you want to say something about? Actually, I would prefer to have a question to start with. Go ahead.
Yeah, explain the difference between IaaS and PaaS.
So,
I'm not
okay.
I'm a tech,
Okay.
not a tech.
Question is, explain the difference between IaaS and PaaS.
Yeah, I can take it back. I'm looking. So traditionally, when you think about cloud, it will provide you infrastructure to run your applications, and that'll be primarily compute, networking, load balancers, things other things. Now, as systems started evolving, vendors started offering not pure compute or the pure infrastructure. They started offering higher level platforms as a service on which you build your applications. So it went into like, that rather than kind of getting a compute, you can consider even function as a service as a special case, where you get a service which provides you a higher level abstraction to build your application. Examples are, few of you guys would have used approvals, so in your company. So business processes, you build your business processes. The space we are in, where we love all these different cloud applications mushrooming up, because you need to kind of like go in and having your business, just like the previous conversation, you don't choose one vendor. The moment you choose different vendors, they don't talk to each other. So you kind of like use an integration stack to kind of like integrate. So that's another example of the infrastructure as a service. The platform as a service. And just to kind of add on to the TLAs, like the third thing, which is kind of the service, the software as a service. You can think about that's even a higher level abstraction. So if you are kind of not even building an application, but you are kind of subscribing to a service like a PRP, like financial applications, where you go in and get an account, and the service is responsible for providing the specific functionality. So whether it's kind of customer relationship management, or it can be like a financial bookkeeping. So to give a consumer twist to it, think of it like you replace your PC with EC2 in Amazon or a computer, whatever. So that's your infrastructure. You basically were running, let's say, a big data stack yourself, whether it's kind of Hadoop or something else, or whatever. Like you were running. You're running Oracle. You're running a SOA product, like a service-oriented architecture product, which you were kind of running a middleware. So you were running this middleware on top of the hardware. So now the next level of abstraction is you don't worry about the hardware, you don't worry about the middleware. You kind of like get the middleware in the cloud, or get this platform in the cloud on which you build your app. And the third consumer example would be, let's say you have an end application, like if you stretch it further, even Gmail is an example of a software as a service, right? That you are subscribing to Gmail or SurveyMonkey or whatever.
platform, you can say operating system, your databases, your
Typically-
programming languages, all these are platforms.
Typically, it's a little fuzzy. Traditionally, those get bundled as interest. So compute, databases, networking, load balancers, they get bundled into infrastructure. Storage, block storage, object storage. Then what gets bundled into platform is, as I said, like, the middleware, like traditional middleware, like things you're running, your servlets or your nodes, like a node application platform. Or even in our case, you're running an integration application. So that's kind of the platform. And the service, the examples I'm giving is the whole ERP system. Software as a service.
Anyone want to add to that? Their insights about the difference between those two types?
I think in AI space, it's pretty understandable because infrastructure as a service, you don't get any AI components, you just get compute storage, and that's it. So ML engine and all the kind of like AI specific stuff, that would be platform as a service. And the application would be like facial recognition.
Yeah, that's a very good example. So, just to build on it, for example, Amazon's recognition would be an example of where you have a software as a service. Whereas if you want to kind of build your own Alexa app, for example, if you want to kind of run your own AI algorithms in a hardware, that will you get EC2. That will be an example of infrastructure.
So I would put platform as service at a higher level. Maybe
Right.
I'm wrong, but
These boundaries are very fuzzy.
yeah, fuzzy.
For example, for us also, we kind of like feel like we are closer to software rather than platform. So the boundaries between where one ends and the other starts.
But you got the right one, integration flow. That is the biggest challenge, integrating hybrid and integrating between them.
Absolutely.
You got the right one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that's what I said. Like the more services or cloud services proliferate, the less there are standards, the less they kind of out of the box talk to each other. You need us.
It's not easy to do the cloud. Yeah, sure. Yeah, on-prem with the different cloud, again, is
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, that's kind of like another thing to add on to the previous session's question on the on the multi-cloud strategy. In fact, one of the things which is, as you're alluding to, is happening is, most IT companies, they are not going to just kind of wind up their operations and move to cloud. So the reality is not only multi-cloud, but the reality is a hybrid environment where you would have tons of assets running on-prem. And, to add to the mix of the prior discussion, you will have to think about a hybrid your environment where you may have presence from different cloud vendors and you may have assets which you are running yourself in your IT. Because you're not going to kind of find the people or the money to move that big native application which you have coded in C and nobody really knows what it does, or even for that matter mainframe. So you'll have to kind of keep them around, and you need to kind of get them all working together. Sorry, there was a question.
I just wanna add something you mentioned before. I think it's a really good point. The higher up you go the stack, the bigger the lock-in is, and the bigger the more difficult the decision gets what to choose, because you get stuck to some extent. What I also see is that many companies provide some sort of service as a service, which again doesn't makes the decision easier because you're doing this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, somebody mentioned business process orchestration, right?
Yeah, I was
think
talking about
that's the key. If you know, I don't know the answer yet. You know how to really orchestrate that independent of all this and function as service, the microservice, whatever you call. From user's point of view, business has to run on as
without getting all these changes dynamics?
Well,
Back to business.
So in some ways, that's again interesting point you're making, and I'll kind of pivot it towards the earlier part of the discussion of the distinction between these different layers. So if you think about what you mentioned, the business processes, and just for everybody else, typical business processes are like, you'll always be familiar with some process which your company is following. The most common thing everybody would have touched is like, you go in and file an expense report, right? So that expense report has a path for an approval, and there may be certain path it may follow based on the amount, based on the type of the expense, and so on and so forth. The other business process you can all of you would be familiar with, like a new employee onboarding. So what all happens when a new employee, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of the business process space he's talking about. So now I'd like to make 2 points on your thing. So first, as you mentioned, like that you can avoid vendor login, vendor lock-in by using function as a service. Now, if you think about like some of these are like they sound very enticing, but if you think about what is function as a service, so all that is providing you. Another way to describe is that you run your code in somebody else's server. No, not data.
It's code only.
Functions, because you're responsible for. So essentially, rather than you're kind of like writing your application and being responsible for ensuring how that application is standing up, scaling it up, even though it's kind of running on, let's say, Amazon's EC2 or GCP or Oracle's compute. Function as a service, you're just writing the code and you're telling it, you're telling the function as a service provider to go in and run it, and it kind of like runs. It kind of uses CPU and infrastructure as it runs. But so this is super exciting. This is all good. But the whole point is that you are still writing your application. So this is just kind of like taking away the headache of setting up the infrastructure and the containers for running it. But you're still writing your application. So you're back to kind of like that lower level of abstraction. Now, if you use a workflow product, which is kind of providing a higher level abstraction where you're not really writing an application. So you can go in and write this expense processing application in your favorite language, right? Which goes in and says that, oh, I received this request and I stored it in database and I sent an email for an approval. Somebody had tracked that approval, move it along. So you can do all that. But then you get into this higher level abstraction as this the PaaS and the SaaS, is that all of these vendors, including us, we provide a higher level abstraction where you kind of come in and do a drag and drop, define your business process. You get a fancy dashboard where you can go in and approve or kind of like to escalate and all that functionality. So that's all goodness, that you get that high level abstraction, you don't have to write the application. But as this gentleman here was highlighting, there is no industry standard around, or there are not like widely adopted industry standards around the metadata. So as long as once you've done that, you're locked into that product. So you use us, you're locked into it. Amazon has Amazon step functions. You use it, you're locked into it.
Same with Lambda and Azure functions as well, by the way. Serverless isn't
the panacea.
That's why these containers are so interesting. It's the de facto standard on that cloud.
Right, but you're then writing your entire application. So it depends on like which level of abstraction. To use this business process as an example. Yeah, so whether if you're writing your own expense approval thing, I'm like, yeah, sure. Your code can do it.
I have some kind of form. Getting the user like entry or credit card number, it goes to some gateway. So that is like some gateway, PIN gateway. So what do you call that? Can we call that as a function?
No, that will be software as a service.
So it's that.
Yeah, that's kind of like that there are all these kind of like third parties which is kind of providing that functionality already. So they provide an API. You don't care about how exactly they're running. They, some of these vendors they may run on one of the big cloud providers, but you don't know. Just like you don't know how that is. Yeah. In fact, I'll kind of flip it and I'll ask a question. Just kind of always I'm curious. So as you know, I'm kind of a little bit higher in the stack kind of a thing, not like So I'm just curious, like I'm guessing some of you guys might be in. So one of the things which I'm always trying to balance and kind of find the right thing is that obviously there is a checkbox aspect of AI/ML, where you want to kind of go in and say that your product uses AI/ML, and kind of it shows up in your fact sheet. You kind of go into a deal and talk about it. So that's one. And even internally, for me to get funding and for things and all, I have to go in and talk to my execs and say that I have this AI initiative and all. But at the end of it, what I always kind of struggle with is for my end consumers, how much so which are the how to balance between the going in and kind of jumping into AI as a technology bandwagon versus kind of really figuring out where it is making a difference. So I was having this very interesting conversation with him. So one of the things I'll just give a concrete example is one of the things which we are looking at AI for is the operational part of the product. So there are certain things where, let's say, human beings are really good at detecting. So one of the things which one of our customers told me is more traditional monitoring systems just kind of do error-based. So, errors happen, they raise a pager duty, and so on and so forth. What this guy said is, I, as a operator, I kind of get worried if there are no errors. Because there is let's say a background, typically on a typical Monday, you get whatever, like a 5 pager duty or 10 pager duty. On a particular day, if you don't get anything, that may for him trigger something. Oh, is there something else wrong elsewhere in the ecosystem? And maybe what he's looking for is a solution. And this is where we were trying to do AI-based kind of things where we detect anomalies, and the anomalies can be any deviation from normal operational patterns. So this is one example where I could see that okay, AI can make a difference. But I'm just curious for the folks here. Do you guys also challenge our challenge between this dichotomy between trying to jump into cool new stuff versus kind of really balancing whether it's really making a difference for your end consumers? Thoughts?
Like you said, the number of useful use cases for AI in its current stage is actually a lot smaller than most people realize.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to get to.
And what you need to do is start to have the data, and then start, does it make sense financially, and can you make it work? Because there was an interesting chart in an OpenAI paper recently, where they say, okay, if you have unlimited budget and unlimited time, you can do everything. Yeah, but the number of and that's most engineers say, if I had unlimited time, unlimited budget, I can solve all the problems. And then finance people say, you have 3 months and you have $1 million and make it work. And the number of things that overlap between what engineers can dream of and what's financially feasible is actually just like a little corner. And that's kind of something we need to remember. And things will change over time because the tools will get cheaper, all the big data, cloud, hardware, Amazon, everything's going to get cheaper. Skill sets going to be much more common. The tools will do half the work by themselves. It's all coming in a few years. But right now, if this typical project costs $1 million to do, and the tools are kind of halfway baked, what you need to do is basically choose your projects right.
I work with large enterprises. Data quality is the biggest challenge. Enterprise applications are all over the place.
Yep.
Integration, data quality, but then data quality. Setting up POC is very easy.
Mm-hmm. Demos are very good.
POC demos are good.
Yeah.
But getting the business buy-in and let it run as a, taking whole function, it's harder.
Right, that's exactly the demos very well. So we have recommendations. We can go in and do a great, when you're mapping data. But when you actually start using it in real life, I kind of question sometimes how it's good. Other thoughts? Maybe I think we're almost out of time. Or
Actually, we can continue if there is nobody in the next panel.
The inflection point. So we need to know if there are any members here that are following. And if there aren't, then we can continue with this one.
Yes.
Usually at the flow, right? So does anyone know that they're on a panel that they haven't been on yet? Okay, we're continuing.
Okay.
Let's continue for rambling discussion.
What can I say? I'm a founder. I like to be efficient.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just kind of opening this up, right? You know that it's a little contrarian view here that we're talking about AI and thing, but how much of the
I felt that 80% of POCs never become real projects. So a lot of POCs, and that's good, that's fine, right? Because the POC does not have to always become real projects. You know, few consultants. But in most cases, POC gives the enterprise the idea that the data stream, the integration process, they need to do the team, they need to do something else, right? So POCs can by themselves be useful, and because it might allow.
And building business case is also quite challenging. You know, you got to really put what is the impact on the balance sheet and FTE. You know, you have to prove that case. You know, otherwise this.
You mean to say just saying that you're doing an AI ML machine is not enough?
No, not anymore. It's good for us, right? It may get you in the table for 15 minutes. That's about it.
So in layman's language, it would say predictions.
Yeah.
So that is one of the outcomes of AI, right? So maybe all of us have seen the weekly forecast and then that kind of prediction in the newspaper which happens. And how do we deal with that? So we deal with that with we don't rely on that, but we still get engaged with that to get to know what it is, whether it is going to happen or not. So that is the state of AI in the business today. So we are getting predictions, but at the same time, we don't want to rely on that fully. So that is the transition that is happening. When more predictions are correct, more results are happening the way it is being predicted, then only people will say, okay, now we are leaving pen and paper and then switching to calculator. The way we moved when we went to, from school to engineering. Like if we take the example of how the calculators came in India. So they were introduced to people when they got for graduation to engineering. Before that, everyone used to do calculation with pen and paper, right?
So essentially, what you're trying to get
to. But I'm trying to say that the acceptance of what AI is delivering, that will happen when more predictions are proven correct, and then we will be not doubting the systems and that thing, and then the adoption will be much better, and that is what challenge we will be facing.
Actually, that video. Yeah.
Just doing a minor process check here. We did have one person for one of the future sessions actually here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a set expansion here, add fintech into the conversation. So I'd like to ask that Orlando's Waters, who is the moderator, going to be the moderator of that session, I'd like to ask him to introduce himself, and then we'll continue with the conversation with the potential questions you can ask to include fintech also. That sound good?
Thanks, everyone. How about a little room warm? Everybody stand up for a second. Let's get the blood flowing, okay? Shake hands next to your neighbor. Tell them your name and what you do. Get out your business card. Give them a business card. Or refer them to LinkedIn, right? Okay, good. Right, consent. Okay. Icebreakers are good. Orlando Waters, CFO partner, Minty Fresh Digital in San Francisco. Started out with a couple Stanford buddies and another partner that was into tech, Silicon Valley pretty heavily. Storytelling, brand, video is a big vertical, design, etc. And we dealt with Fortune 500 companies, primarily because we knew they could write the check. And someone had a question about exploding invoices, and my good friend Sasala here can help you with that. And
I think they meant exploding the other way, when the bills got exploded.
Yes, and he'll let you know that if your invoicing is going out to 120 days, someone is utilizing your money for other purposes. And normally 30 is probably the most traditional, but of course, use of funds and cash flow are very differentiating factors. What Ralph and I will tell you is get a third up front, get a project manager who can sign that invoice, walk it to accounting, and get it done. But back to FinTech. I spent 30 years in banking. Started out at Provident down here in Redwood Shores, which is the old California Teachers, the old CTA. I did everything in back office you could name, and that gave me the expertise. Then I went to Southern California Trade Association with the California League, about 1,000 credit unions, and did consulting work with them, so you get to really know the clientele. Then I got recruited out of there to do sales and business development with Rockwell before Boeing bought them. And the aerospace experience was phenomenal. And the chairman of the board designed the gyro on the submarine. So when you hear him say dive, that was a Caltech bootstrap PhD who walked around with a slide rule in his back pocket. So we've come a long way in terms of where the valley was in the old days of slide rule, because the shuttle was a quarter of a mile up the street, a wooden mop that went up to the space station. So in FinTech, in terms of banking, let's get to that because we won't prolong the evening. Let me go to the bottom of what a presentation would be. It'll probably take you 12 months, because this is why you don't see the partnering between banks and FinTechs. You're too disruptive, you're jack be nimble, you're jack be quick, okay? And ask Germany and their failure with a lot of startups in FinTech in terms of that dream of rushing after the IPO. To get on that runway, you can't sustain it. So it's going to take you 12 months from the time you talk to someone initially and get a contract signed. Banks basically are legacy institutions. They are risk averse, okay? When I was executive vice president, when you run a financial institution, because the CEO is chief marketer, and you've got, they're worried about the KPIs, the goals and the visions, you get really good at strategic planning. Put that in your arsenal in terms of the tool set that you're going to have. It's a value-added aspect that you need for scale. Ask Munchery, okay? Because they couldn't do a SWOT analysis, put the yellow tabs on the wall here and figure out who's my threat, who's my opportunity, okay, etc. Because it was between delivery and food preparation. So FinTech, when you go inside, it's all silos. And when you, as a startup or a evolving organization, tech organization in the Valley, okay, you're not building an organization based on a silo. Here's the axe that waits for you. No one person can make the decision, because the old idiom is it the founder or the idea, chicken or the egg, okay? And at one of the other sessions that Atul and them had, a great question came up: can a founder become technological leader, or can a technological leader become a founder or CEO? So what you've got is these silos where no one individual can make a decision. It has to be group and consensus. And all of a sudden you get into, okay, let's check the box. Tick, tick, tick. And from being past bond chairman recently, $1.3 million bond fund in West Contra Costa County, you'll find that that type of hierarchy, silos persist. And even though you're working with taxpayers' money and accountability, and I'm the forensic and the audit chairman, and I'm accounting for folks' money, okay, you cannot necessarily audit in silos, and you cannot function in terms of it. So fintech has to be this type of approach. You cannot be white label. Tell them no. You must co-brand, because the brand is you. It's your promise. If you ever break that promise, that mold gets broken, then problems will abound, okay? And the road is cluttered with those that fail. And there's some great minds here. I was listening to what you're saying in terms of data and the management of data, okay? So, can data in and of itself evolve into what is the following? In fintech, they should take a look, and data should take a look at this. If all of you drew a box right now, just a box, or think of your cable box at home, what's the failure of that cable box, aside from being an ecological, non-biodegradable product that go to the trash heap? It take, what, 100 years, if then? And what's the third surface of the earth? Plastics and all of that. What if data in that box could do the following? And if you're fintech, you're a financial institution, you're going to be in that box too. Inside, every one of us has a cable box at home. Yes or no? Am I correct? Or some type of router. Am I correct? What is the sole function in terms of data, in terms of that box? Data in and what? Data out, okay? But if you say, well, Elon Musk said, I'm going to take the power grid off the wall, okay, and transfer it from the showroom to your home. Can you integrate it in that same cable box that gives you energy efficiency that can go down the street, pay your bills energy-wise, and go down the street, be distributed to neighbors? Can you create a grid? Can you get a rebate? Can you get payment systems coming in? So think about just the fact of an amoeba inside of a black box. Because a startup should never act like and be a startup. If you walk out of here tonight and hear nothing I say about fintech and what I think data should be doing, think about it. You evolve. I learned that in aerospace. They told me succinctly, when you go to Palmdale, shuttle comes back, and they take it apart, it's been to space and everything, and they strip it down, and then you get the next flight mission. They're evolving from what happened on that journey, and they come back to Earth, and you got to do the same. So, inside that bank, all of a sudden you've inherited a franchise. That's why they don't want to partner with you. And if they partner with you, they want to basically scout what you know so that they can go inside and attempt to be full innovative, okay? And I saw it firsthand because we work with the largest regional bank out here. You know who that name is, okay? And you know what mistake that they recently made from a sales perspective. And we went in and we were dealing with marketing, and marketing couldn't make a decision maker for us to get the contract to walk out the door. And I knew it. And they had their programmers and innovators and everything right there. It was all in a silo. It was all product driven. So if you can get that product, okay, to go, you got to get everybody else's agreement in terms of that to make it go as well. So get inside that box. Just draw on a piece of paper sometimes and say to yourself, write the word data, in and out. How innovative can you be in one source? And it can be in the cloud, it can be underground, in the oceans, it doesn't matter. What can you do inside of that box? And the other aspect is collaboration. They'll collaborate with you. But basically, if it's not lines of credit, how many of you here have a credit card? 100%, right? You gotta have one to rent a car, right? You got to have a second ID, right? That's what they're concerned about. Lines of credit, credit cards, core products. But the fintech comes along and says, okay, we can disrupt credit reporting. We can disrupt all of that. Why not in that box and you not have all of your financial technology working for you? Is it the same as in the energy? So we've got to basically shrink wrap and reduce volume. Volume is crying out to say, I need to be smaller, nimble, and more agile within a space. And you can do it, but you don't see it, okay? You see the thinking of, imagine, you had the big cable giants merge and all those damn cable boxes in those homes. What do they want you to do? Swap that sucker out, bring in a new one, and you have somebody come out, $99, you can do it yourself to get you reintegrated, okay? A singular purpose. And you think about the amount of money and waste and non-efficiency that goes with that. So again, fintech is saying, you don't do it quite well. We can disrupt it. We can do it better, and we can deliver it more cost effectively. Those efficiencies, lowering your OpEx, your operating expense, all of that, getting into your margins, because invoices can really kill your margins, okay? You look at your P&L, your profit and loss statements, and all like that, and tie it back to cash flow. It's like the same thing. Go inside your box and take a look at that. And the gentleman was saying, if there's nothing happening, and all of a sudden you're saying, well, wait a minute, something should be happening, then that's a good doubter perspective. But be proactive in terms of it. Also, another reason why they don't want to partner, okay, and why you need to disrupt and continue to disrupt, is that their field of competition is a few oligarchies, a few big ones that have eaten everything up, and it's just so similar that they don't really worry about anything on the outside. Student loans are being disrupted among fintech. Warren Buffett is he went up 7% in his earnings because of Bitcoin and looking at what fintech can do. Amazon's in it. A lot of folks are getting it. Jamie Dimon, the big ones back east, Goldman Sachs are all going to get into cryptocurrency because they know that they cannot stay the way that they are. The more things stay the same, the more they remain the same. So you've got to disrupt. And the key is this. They say that strategic planning is a dead tool in the toolbox. All of you have KPIs, key performance indicators. The gentleman said, someone is trying to find out, he's got a task of 20 or whatever, and how is he performing in terms of that? Is there good project management software that anyone can say at any time, where is this project, and who's accountable, okay, and what are the analytics and what are the measurements? So what I've learned in fintech is the fact that they really want to basically stay the same customer base. But here's the old adage that you can disrupt, whether it's data, big data, or it's fintech, or some other entity. If it saves time, if it saves money, and it's convenient, you win. Hard to beat. Hard to beat. Some friends of mine said to me, and I'll close out, the Germans are excellent at technology. But he says our jealousy of America is this. You know what it is, my fellow friends? You're fast, you're efficient, and you deliver. You see. So it's one thing to build it, but can you have the user satisfaction? And one thing about Munchery is this. When you get into that type of food business, if someone is not telling someone else that this is a great idea and it's not scaling on that, because investors, hear me clearly, they will invest in you to fail because they want their money so quickly because they can cash out and leave it to someone else. And that puts too much pressure on you. Classic Munchery basically got caught up in that. And the thing is that DoorDash and all them killed them off because they kept, remember, save time, save money, save time, closed it down, cost, heat it. With Munchery, you got it cold and you had to heat it. Consumer didn't want that. So you've got to look at those landmines that are out there. FinTech, I'll leave you with this last remark, 2 words. FinTech evolves, as with your industry and as with anything else. That's pretty much it to the moment. And I'll turn it back to the other gentleman. And any questions in terms of the banking and FinTech aspect of it?
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
That's a follow. So you're saying, so how do you feel AI in the FinTech area? So sounds like
great question. AI in the financial, the FinTech sector. Basically, the whole thing about AI is this: what humans can't do on a repetitive basis, right? We aren't built that way, right? AI does it. So if you can launch it in FinTech, okay, if you can get products rendered faster, quicker, more cost effectively using artificial intelligence, we're much better off. Because what happens is the consumer wants use of time, scale, and other things. And if they can get it with something that has that enhancement in it, in the app or whatever, we welcome it. And it should be there. It should be built.
All the invoice payment processes are now AI embedded. Invoice and expenses, everything.
Yes.
Two-way match, three-way match takes longer time.
Yes.
AI is already working.
Yes.
Good use cases.
Yes. Very good point. Okay, I'll turn it back over. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, have a good evening.
All right, very good. I notice it's about 8 o'clock right now, so I'm going to ask our organizer what the next steps are.
If there is nobody, we are having an interesting discussion, so we can continue if you like.
So the suggestion is that we can continue. Gender was the go to later. So we can continue the subjects, which was IAS, PAS, FAS, and now we've included FinTech. Anyone can ask a question. Anyone can answer the question. Who wants to go first?
Actually, that lady there, she was going to want to ask a question.
Okay. Yes. So please stand up and tell us your question.
It wasn't a question. It was just second thoughts on.
Yeah.
You said about AI for weather forecast, and it's like prediction, like machine learning for prediction. It says that machine learning has ability to find patterns in the data. It's like representing only not causality. So we don't have an explainable AI that says, okay, this is the cause for this trend. Just as a pattern finding match, and then makes a correlation and that's where the difficulty in AI. Just about the more hidden layers that you stack up, the more meanings you get out, the more correlation you get out. Explainable. There's much research in explainable AI. Still not done. So that's where the whole, how can you it's the prediction.
So
that's a very interesting insight.
Yeah. So in some ways, I think just to kind of remind, what we were having this open-ended conversation, and maybe we can close off in another 10-15 minutes. So that we can talk there. So this is a very interesting open-ended conversation. Is the utility of AI or the real-life utility and the benefit of the AI. So in some ways, just to build on what you're saying, are you saying that there'll be more utility if you can explain the predictions or explain the results? But I'll kind of just ask you that as a consumer, if the results are useful, do I care?
But then how can you if it's the AI machine learning is just a bunch of, let's say, matrices that gives you some numerical values that matches the It's just a bunch of numerical values which has a correlation. So it's just as a human looking at this at the matrix level, which has some multiplication, matrix multiplication, some correlation. So somehow we have this model data with adding numerous layers. And yes, with one layer you can fix the syntax. Adding one more layer you can fix the semantics. Adding one more layer we can have, let's say, the grammar. But then it's just adding more layers, and then somehow the model breaks it, and somehow it finds that nuances in the pattern. It's just somehow. It's just having a whole numerical matrices, multiplication and addition.
Like answering your question, like JetBlue, for some of the sectors, they using the AI, they change the onboarding process. So the users who were going through a different scanning and all those steps, they did not have to go through that. So when the output of AI is in such areas, there will be responses like that, that people will be feeling accepting that very well. Is that the question?
Well,
so that is one example, and there are plenty of such examples.
What I was getting at is, and you have a very interesting point. It's like, see, one perspective is the technological perspective, right? Which is very interesting and all. But I wanted to pivot the discussion to like, the actual scenarios where you want to go beyond the technological coolness and see like how it solves real life problems. So I was just kind of having an open discussion. Is what do you guys think about the real life utility, where it can help, where it cannot help? So going back to both of these points, you're raising a very good scenario where you're seeing a benefit, and that's the thing which I was trying to get at. I'm kind of intrigued by what you said, like the explainable AI, because in some ways, if the end result to the user or the consumer is useful, then you don't really care too much about how you arrive at it. So I'll give like in your example, right? Let's say if the boarding process became like 50% faster, that kind of like help. Similarly on the Netflix side, that's something you're familiar with. You'd have seen like those recommended movies. Sometimes you just scratch your head like why did I get it? And sometimes you kind of really see that, oh wow. So that's what I'm getting at. I'm just curious, like, do you think that if let's say Netflix told me, and as a consumer, sometimes Pandora used to do that, right? I don't know if you guys remember. Pandora would suggest music, and it will have some very detailed thing on like why this music suggestion was made. That this has got this rhythmic beat with a high octave and a happy tempo.
LinkedIn recommendation of
even the LinkedIn recommendation.
Because we come from India, all the people faces this pop-up. They will be from India, whether they are based in Bangalore or irrespective of where I am today. And
I think why is important? Why is important? Because sometimes I like it. I'm just addicted to this Google Maps or whatever. What happens in future? Sometimes it's giving me results based on some other
biases.
Bias.
Yeah, bias is
exactly.
That's a good point. So you're saying like that you want to know why it made it so that you can even. Would it be like just to build on this? Would the next step would be like it explains and I can tune certain things. Where obviously some of this is self-learning, that I select, I watch that next movie, so that kind of learns. But can I actually go in and once it explains to me how they made the recommendations, I can say that okay, increase this factor, reduce that factor. Sorry.
So I actually want to bring up another point. I think you can look at it from an information systems IT perspective, and then you think of it outside of that domain. So I worked for a company for many years. We were doing something unusual and tying together cybersecurity with physical security and threats. And then the threat correlation part from the security perspective becomes way more complex because you're not just dealing with cyber threats, you're dealing with human behavior. And we couldn't do this without machine learning and artificial intelligence. And so we were looking at, hey, somebody comes in, so airport security. There's a whole bunch of people work at the airport. This baggage handler is supposed to go home after he works all day. Now he's trying to badge into a U.S. customs area. It's narcotics related. It's late at night.
So the ability to grab that information off the badge, the door's not going to open, turn on the security camera, take a 20-second video clip, run an instant criminal history record check, and send that encapsulated link to the TSA Security Operations Center. This is actually a true story. This technology was used just 4 years ago at Fulton Airport to interdict the drug smuggling ring that caught 4 Southwest Carolina employees into TSA. So then you get into, is it supervised learning or self-learning? At the end of the day, you sort of alluded to the fact that if you put AI, ML into your marketing stuff, it makes it a little more attractive. There's a lot of this stuff around rules-based systems that are sort of masquerading as AI, right? And so it's all of those things mixed together. But similarly, when we were talking about fintech, the ability that now credit card companies and many others are using to, again, look at behavior data, and particularly in Europe right now, if you're transferring money from one account to another, it's outside of their normal behavior, it's going to generate a push notification to your phone, swipe right to approve or deny in the middle of the transaction. That's a real use case for machine learning. We were licensing a technology from a Czechoslovakian company that built all of those rules just for banking.
I have a follow-up question on this one.
So one of the things I was going to interject on is the Netflix thing. I know a little bit more about that. It turns out
so
that
can you explain?
One of our engineers, what I call my system builder, the person by the name of Bill Jackson. Bill Jackson worked at Netflix, and he was the person who took Netflix from the Oracle database and posting out the red envelopes with the DVDs in it, and helped take them all the way through to Amazon. And he's like the father of microservices. And he gave me all the horror stories about what happened. And one of the issues is that the infrastructure fails, and when communication stops because of some, hiccup in the networking, whatever else, he said the algorithms default to doing random, selections to send to people. And they said they were shocked at how often people pick the random selections compared to the curated ones as things that they might like. It was apparently beyond the correlation. It was fascinating. And so Bill Jackson educated me about what Netflix did. He now works for me in Earth Computing. I should tell you just a little bit more. It turns out that I only give you a tiny bit of the story. Scott McNeely is also on my advisory board. I don't know if any of you know any great computer scientists, but Gordon Bell, who was one of my heroes when I was younger, is on our advisory board. And I have a list of technical people who are a lot younger, who are world-class experts in different aspects of this reliability problem. And it also turns out to be a security problem too. It turns out that we were trying to think, how in a previous company I was in, how do we defend against something like another 9/11? How can we recover the data in 2 minutes instead of it took us 3.5 weeks, tens of thousands of companies go bankrupt. And so I spent a lot of my time on that, and I learned in that phase that we had to not worry where this problem was coming from. Whether it was coming from a malicious individual trying to do something, whether it was physical, or whether it was cyber security, because we realized Apple a while ago that the next war basically is going to be a cyber war. You already know that. But what I realized to learn, to get out of my ego, thinking about good guys and bad guys. I mean, these days they kind of soften the attitude of call them, bad actors or whatever else. But we decided to get rid of the distinctions entirely. In other words, we just called it Byzantine fault tolerance. It's anything, whatever can happen will happen. And you know what? At scale, that is exactly what happens. It doesn't have to be someone to blame. It doesn't have to be a cause. It turns out that when people looking at their monitoring systems, and you and I were talking about, one of the things people who are not experienced in that field think is that there's a root cause. And there's this urge to go and find out what the root cause is. It's like, okay, we've got all these alarms and these events going on, but which was the first event? And then we've got to scratch their head to figure it out. Turns out that what we're doing is by putting all of our systems on this what's called self-organized criticality. Yes, that is a real word, SOC. Go and look it up in Wikipedia. The Santa Fe people who did complexity science told us about this 20 years ago. So we're just learning right now that all of these pieces of the way that we look at the technology, whether it's recommendation systems or whether it's a security problem, it turns out that there's some underlying technology that can be common on all of these problems. They don't have to be specifically designed to fix all these different problems. Anyone who's in the security industry knows right now what the issue is. Almost all security is considered to be snake oil by the buyers. And they've actually stopped, they don't really buy any new products and they don't increase their budgets. The scary thing is that the CIOs go and buy insurance now instead. Because product after product, company after company, promise after promise, turns out to be vacuous in the security industry. And you might say, well, why is that? I mean, let's go and speak to an expert who's looked into this and said, is this problem for security? Is it that impossible problem? Is it not feasible within the laws of physics? And it turns out that most of these problems are about the communication. In data centers, Internet Protocol, I got this wonderful education by Vint Cerf in a conference I was at in Virginia in 2002. And he just reeled off, he's one of my real serious heroes, is Vint Cerf on this. He reeled off all these reasons why IP was so bad. And I can summarize it in the statement when we talk about peer-to-peer, peer-to-peer, peer-to-peer. And I heard this thing called A to A, any to any. So the internet's designed to find itself. The IP protocols are always looking for the gateway to find other things. And so in other words, it's designed to leak leak information so that the IP things can actually find each other. The same is true for Ethernet. The person who I work with very closely, who's the chairman of my board, is Bruce Borden. And Bruce Borden was the co-founder of 3Com. And he told me about what the problem is with Ethernet. It's all about learning. It turns out that if you've got a security breach, which typically is 0 day, it comes into an application. It goes down into the operating system, roots itself there as a rootkit. And then what happens is it turns on the NIC, the network interface controller, into, believe it or not, it's called promiscuous mode. And then what happens is they can send out a few, malformed or poison packets that literally causes the switch to run out of space to remember translation between IP addresses and and then the switch starts to sing. It starts to send everything to you that was going. Anything that comes on any port, it sends out. Turns out you can't escape it. The system is designed to leak information that way. And these are what we think. Our hypothesis is we think these are the root causes of security, and we can't get past it because no investor will invest in anything that isn't legacy compatible. Now, of course, I'm saying this a little bit tongue-in-cheek here because I'm anticipating within 2 or 3 months that there will be a significant investor who will invest in this because they see that there's a really deep technical insight here. And it's the same kind of technical insight that everyone says after the fact, oh, that's so obvious, why didn't someone think of that before? So I think a lot of these problems that we're having actually have a pattern to them. That if you look a little bit deeper than the problem itself, instead of the silo that problem seems to be expressed in, I think these patterns are pretty common. And once you see them, you say, wow, we can solve a lot of problems much more simply if we take a fresh look at architecture and stop wasting our time with legacy. Now, of course, a really smart entrepreneur will start from a clean sheet of paper. Actually, that's a physicist. Physicists do that all the time. I'm in physics, but I was a physicist, by the way. But the smart entrepreneur then adds in legacy compatibility afterwards. He doesn't start with it as an assumption. He says, no, I will solve the problem on first principles. By the way, the technique, you throw 99% of the stuff away. I learned this wonderful phrase when I was at Apple from the senior director. He said, all our problems are in code we don't want. And I had to think about it, it's true. And it turns out that we as an industry, over-complexify things to the point where the weight of the complexity bogs us down, we can't make progress. And everything becomes too expensive, requires too many people and too many minds to try and solve this problem. And if you have to throw it away and replace it with something new, and all of a sudden now you can build much faster and much more elegant and much less expensive by taking a fresh look at things. But then you have to come back and say, how can I now add in legacy compatibility? You know what? We had an interesting question when we did my presentation. We go back to a panel here. The question was, why aren't we like SDN? Software-defined networks, if you don't know that. it's the new thing where you make the switches programmable and you then teach the switch how to do things, change it, it's more dynamic than the old-fashioned things that you used to get from Cisco and Juniper. But the SDN folks made a fundamental mistake. They didn't. We called it network virtualization, but it wasn't virtualization at all. If you look at what VMware did, what the magic was that they had, that they thought through their problem, genuinely innovative solution. What they did is they took the abstraction layer, which was a hardware abstraction layer, jacked it up, and they put their functionality underneath it. And they didn't. No one had to change a line of code. Oh, I love this statement. You didn't need Microsoft's permission to virtualize Microsoft. And that's why VMware became the infrastructure for internet, and why they became so valuable. I think we have to do the same kind of thing for networks, but instead of reaching out over the network and programming something, a new piece of hardware, because it's just going to take decades to do that, just reprogram the servers to be communication devices. Now you've got an abstraction that you can lift up, put your new stuff underneath it, and now we can treat all the legacy without changing a single line of code. In other words, there's a technical insight there that Earth Computing has come up with. We is the next, what can I say, multi-billion-dollar company, and why we think that it's worth sticking your neck out, being an entrepreneur, sticking with it, and really doing what you believe is going to be something that changes the world for the good. Like finally cracking the security problem that we haven't been able to do. Everyone else thinks it's a mess. So I'm going to wrap this up right now. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to either continue with or to ask new questions on the panel, which is sort of, star plus FinTech. Anyone have any questions they would like to open up with or close us down with? By the way, I have a coach, a business guy. He used to be a really great sales guy at HP, and he's now on my business team. He said, always be closing. It took me about 10 minutes to figure out what he was saying. I'm like, oh, I have to stand up and I have to say some more before we close down. So there you go. I did my final thing this evening.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Oh, everyone, if possible, could I get your help to take your chair and let's stack them against the wall right there to help out a lot.
Question for you, probably is not asked them. You talk about.
I was trying to think about what is
API?
No, what API? Not love.
What is the API?
No.
You mean this icon?
Yeah.
I believe this is a sexy API.
That is a Viking thing, right? No. Oh, there's a Playboy.
No. That's what I'm thinking. No, it's not really Playboy, but they try like that way.
I love it.
That means I love it. Yeah, that's a nice. Yeah.
Oh, this was interesting discussion.
Can I have this?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, hopefully this was interesting.
Okay.
My name is Moffett. Yes.
I put up presentation because of integration.
Oh, that was actually alert enterprise.
Very good program.
In fact, it's a minor. This is the first time you
do it everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for arranging it.
Thank you for attending.
Hey, thanks for organizing it.
Yeah, without good speakers, it's
thank you.
It's not successful.
Oh no, I kind of appreciate that. Oh, thank you. Yeah. All kind of
yeah, sure.
I'm also looking for opportunities. If there are any in your team.
Yeah, sure. Like, drop me something in LinkedIn, and at this time, budgets are a little tight, but
Yeah,
drop me something in LinkedIn.
Okay. Thank you.
On one row of the back, but it's not too bad.
Well, I'm a child. I have an insatiable and so I tell you how I learn. You can't learn anything unless you fail. You have to learn. The same is true intellectually as well. About basically what we know from science, we only see one. We were in the conversation.
You wanna put the chairs behind you?
So you were asking me about
the wall back there.
Sure. What is your how to find the problem that you face? A lot of people are just but at the end of the day, because that's
We've got this.